We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, March 6, 2023. It is 9 a.m. It is a regularly scheduled town council meeting. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank you for this time and for this beautiful day. We ask to be blessed with wisdom as we discuss our strengths and our weaknesses. Help us to work as a unified team as we listen politely to others' point of view, celebrate our diversity despite our differences, and boldly steward Fort Myers Beach towards a bright and healthy future as we work together on our shared mission. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And just a pleasant reminder, if you haven't done already, would you please silence your phones? I know I forget to do that sometimes. Next is approval of final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would ask that item D be pulled from the consent agenda.
Item D.
And then I would move approval as amended.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item C just for some clarification on what that is.
Okay. Any objection? Got a motion? Is there a second? I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have a proclamation, Flood Awareness Week. Town of Fort Myers Beach proclamation. Whereas the Fort Myers Beach has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of rainfall and tropical system events resulting in flooding and this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are high-risk special flood hazard areas or low to moderate risk flood zones. And whereas Fort Myers Beach is a voluntary participant in the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchases of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce the flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. And whereas the reduction of loss of life and property damage can be achieved when appropriate flood preparedness, control, and mitigation measures are taken before a flood. And whereas public education, awareness of potential weather hazards, and methods of protection are critical to the health, safety, and welfare of residents, the Floodplain Managers Association, FEMA, have declared the week of March 12th through the 18th, 2023 as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of the flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for emergencies. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida proclaims the week of March 12th through the 18th, 2023 as Flood Awareness Week, given under my hand and the seal of the office of mayor this 6th day of March 2023. Suppose I got to sign it now. Local achievements and recognitions. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Nothing this morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Veach.
I would just like to say hats off to the people who are cleaning those dead, decomposed fish off the beach. I'm glad it's your job and not mine.
Councilor Woodson.
I agree wholeheartedly. I would cough my way through it though, so
That it?
that's it.
Councilor King.
I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, that you'll be talking about the Senator's Pride of Florida Award that the town received a little over a week ago. I just wanted to say I was honored to be in attendance, and congratulations to all the hardworking staff that shines during these times. I also wanted to say hello to Ed, Beach Talk Radio. And I see some members of the Yellow Army here, so welcome. Keep Lee County Beautiful recently held their first annual Environmental Stewardship Awards. Congratulations go to Tuna Skin and Mid Island Water Sports. Each were honored for their beach cleanup on Fort Myers Beach. That's it.
Yeah, I'll just follow up a little bit on both the fish cleanup. Town staff has really been working hard to get that cleaned up. Anybody that's driven by the dumpster will testify to how bad it's been. But also the Senator Pride Award that you alluded to, Councilor King, was given to the town of Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, and the fire districts for both cities from Senator Pasadoma a week before last Friday. Pretty much everyone from our delegation was there. Councilor King was there, town manager was there, and some of our staff members were there. And the point was to recognize the staff as well as the city in its achievements and what it's done over the last 5 months. So it's a great honor that they give out every year, once a year. And we were honored to receive it from Senator Pasadoma, also Senator Martin, and Senator Albritton was there. It was, like I said, along with all our county commissioners were there. Every municipality was there. It's a big deal. We've got a really nice piece of, I don't know, it's probably the closest thing I'll ever see to like a Grammy or something, but it's a very big, heavy piece of glass that's at the town hall. If anybody wants to come by and see it, it's pretty cool. With that, I have nothing else. Advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. We've got, where is he at? Patrick Vanessa's here from the LPA. You want to come up and give us an update on some of the LPA findings?
Good morning. For the record, Patrick Vanass with the LPA, pinch hitting for Anita this morning. So, good morning. Happy to see everyone here today. Last meeting we had 3 agenda items that I'll give you a brief summary about those issues. The first one was associated with Interiors Unlimited, which is the old urgent care clinic. They've got a temporary facility right up front. They were asking for a special exception for a work-live use that is allowed through their zoning district. They demonstrated that they met the special exception criteria. There was discussion about compatibility with the neighbors. We talked about limited uses, limited hours, and some buffering. And we were confident that with those conditions, and also from hearing directly from the applicants and the owners, that they were going to be a good neighbor and compatible, and recommended approval for that application. Next item was the Texas Hold'em Squeeze Me In LLC request for the Dune walkover that you'll be hearing today. We went through the application in detail. Conclusion was that we believe that from an environmental standpoint and a public interest standpoint, the DEP final order addressed those issues. We had to look at the special exception, look at the criteria associated with that in the code. One of the things I'd like to point out is that the application packet that we had wasn't complete from the standpoint of having everything in one coherent packet. DEP order contained a lot of that information, and previous applications contain a lot of that information. So we addressed that with the applicant. Their attorney supplemented all that information verbally, and one of the conditions was that they provide that additional information to council, which I believe they did. We went through the special exception criteria. Again, their attorney addressed all those items. We felt that they had met all the requirements. And then we talked about the variance associated with the Dune walkover width. And again, felt that they had met the criteria and recommended approval for both of those. There was discussion about the Dune walkover in the EC zoning.
I apologize for interrupting Mr. Vaness, but if you all are going to consider Mr. Vaness's comments in the context of the quasi-judicial items that are actually on the agenda, I would strongly recommend to you all, as well as Mr. Vaness, that he wait until those items are called, because his comments are at this point just that, unfortunately. If you wish to consider them, then I would strongly recommend that his comments just be in general, the specifics that he wait until the quasi-judicial items get called. He's under oath and available to answer any questions that you or any of the members of the public may have on that particular on any of the items that, as they relate to what's on the agenda for later today.
All right, thanks, John. That's a good point, because I'm
Okay.
sure you're
I
going
can
to have
stick around if
questions.
you have any questions. Just let me know. Otherwise, I'll be sitting and listening.
All right. Thanks.
Last item that was on our agenda was related to the review and hearing process. There was discussion about possibly looking into having a hearing examiner. LPA felt that it wasn't needed. We did talk about applications that come before the LPA and before council. If there is no objection, if staff recommends approval, and if the LPA recommends unanimous approval, that it could just be on your consent agenda, just to speed up the process. Last but not least, we had a discussion about having a joint meeting with council to discuss the proposed mixed-use nodes, talk about design guidelines, talk about public public benefit incentives. So we are happy to be meeting with you later on this week to discuss those items.
Any questions for Pat?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to have Patrick elaborate a little bit. We've talked about this in the past. And I asked our town attorney to opine on this and get my colleagues' thoughts. This concept of an expedited procedure for items that come through the LPA with a unanimous vote in support. I wonder procedurally if we can adopt that into our process, John, and again put these on the consent agenda. Any member of the council can ask to have it removed from the consent agenda. Sometimes things happen at the LPA and it draws attention to the public, and then they get involved later. But sometimes they don't. And given all that's on our plate, having an expedited procedure for items that are not controversial that are coming from the LPA seems like a wise use of our time.
If that's the direction of the council, we can go ahead and create that procedure. Other jurisdictions have adopted similar type of process. So if the direction is to do so, we will.
If that's the will of the council, I defer to my colleagues, but I think that would be an expeditious use of our time as well as the LPA's.
And I would say that I don't really want to have a council that defers the work to somebody else that we were offered the mandate to do. But I think if it does show up in the consent agenda, I'm pretty content that serves the purpose.
Does anyone have any objection? You have your direction, John.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Next, we have a Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Advisory Board appointment. There's one seat available. Everyone should have in front of them a ballot. There are 3 applicants. Is there anyone that is an applicant here that chooses to address the council? No? Go ahead and choose one.
Now, I do believe that one of the people on here is not a full-time resident.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up.
I think it's John. PCA.
Mayor,
Yes.
with a vote of 4-1, John Duslary.
And is he the one that is I believe he's the one that's not the full-time resident, correct?
I believe so.
Yes.
Do we have to then, John, do that?
You need
the
a waiver for him.
So what is that, remind me again the process.
You would vote. As part of his appointment, assuming it moves forward, is at this point in time would be to, in accordance with your policies and procedures, waive the requirement of full-time residency.
Is there a motion to waive the requirements of a full-time resident for John's appointment?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
I would say nay, because I'm just not convinced you can attend the meetings. And I know someone who's been on committees, people who can't attend the meetings, sometimes you show up and there's not a quorum. And that's a huge inconvenience to everybody else.
Understand? Motion carries 4-1 with Councilor Beach dissenting. Next, we have the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting on February 21st. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
A motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the consent agenda, Resolution 23-13 and 19, and Resolution 23-17 with items C, recurring special event, and D,
Mayor.
special event
Mayor,
being removed.
we skipped public comment.
Did we?
I didn't see it.
We did,
Oh, I'm
for
so,
the proclamations.
wow.
Thought the meeting was going a little fast there.
And this is why my wife says I need to start drinking coffee. John, can we just go back to public comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize to the public. I didn't. We'll open up public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have a list? Okay.
Mary Rose Spalletta.
God.
Good morning. I'm Mary Rose Spalletta. I live on the south end of the island, on Island Pines Way. And I want to say thank you for listening to me, but thanks for Amy for not forgetting me, first of all. I'm very active on Fort Myers Beach. I'm on several committees. I'm socially active, and I'm not wearing any of those hats right now. I'm just here as someone who cares very deeply about the beach and intends to stay here and would like to see it remain a very healthy and inviting place. I have a laundry list of things here, and I will begin with what I think is the most important, and that is that I'm asking that you deny this request for a boardwalk down on the south end of our beach. Just walking out onto the beach, you can see that our wildlife is under severe stress. We are a living beach. It's always a difficult environment, but after the hurricane with this terrible red tide, the stress that our animals are undergoing is as extreme as can be. It used to be that the birds could nest on this entire island. They're now restricted to a very, very tiny space, and this boardwalk encroaches on that space.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize again for interrupting the speaker, but if, as I mentioned, same comment with Mr. Vinace, if Ms. Spalletta wants her comments to be considered part of the record with regard to the special exception question item, she has to wait until that item is called, she's sworn in to provide her comments, if she wants them to be considered by this council.
Thank you, Attorney Harum. I will do that, and so I will go to the other items on my agenda. The next thing is I'm sadly disappointed that the Marine Resource Task Force is not meeting on Wednesday. We've not met in quite a while, and we have asked to meet. There are a number of things we must talk about, and we should have had a scheduled and posted meeting for this Wednesday, the 8th. So let me go on then. I have been talking to everyone that I can about the build back of our island, and it seems to me that the general consensus is that people would like to see us build up and not continue sprawl so there are no green spaces. I would ask that we follow code, because I believe that if we follow code as closely as we can, we will avoid problems in the future. If it involves giving people the freedom to build up rather than out, please let's do that. I'm asking also that beach accesses, if possible, there be more of them toward the south end of the island. We're very restricted, and if what used to be the Holiday Inn doesn't allow us to get on the beach right there, it will become even more difficult. In addition to that, when we put in our accesses, I would truly appreciate porta potties at all of them. It would make life a lot more pleasant when we're spending time on the beach. Many of the other things that I want to mention are kind of a dream, like what we sit around and we say, if we could do anything we want with the island, what would you like? Oh, is that my time already? Oh, wow. I would like to see if our churches could combine their campuses. Imagine if we had several churches combined, and then the places where they now are could become green spaces, or maybe we could turn one of them into an amphitheater where we could have large venues and people be seated comfortably. I would like to see a safe bike lane, not next to traffic. I would like to see Publix and CVS, when they come back plastic free. But the big thing, and I'm going to close with this, is let's have amber lights throughout the whole island. Let's be an example for the world so that we can enjoy our evening sky, count the stars, and enjoy our nighttime in ways
All right.
like that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for listening.
Thank you, Mary Rose.
Madeline Boyd.
Madeline Boyd, 21054 St. Peter's Drive, and co-owner of the Beach Bar. We would really like to see more garbage cans around, especially at all the beach access. With so many day trippers coming, they're bringing their bag of garbage, their bag of recycling to our recycling containers, which we're letting them use. We don't want them leaving it on the beach, but you know, it's very hard to not overflow our own stuff, and it's hard enough getting and paying for people to come several times a week to empty everything. The same thing for the porta-johns. You know, we're letting people that aren't our customers use the porta-johns, but it's a problem. It's very hard to get them pumped out, you know, a couple times a week, and it would be nice to see more porta-johns at all the beach access points. So trash cans and porta-johns would really help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline.
Jean Guzzi.
Good morning. Never having spoke, well, yes, once before, so I'm a bit anxious, but I wanted to start by saying thank you to all of you, because the job that you have is monumental. You will shape this beach. So, and that being said, I appreciate you having the guts to do it. I have several things, and I'm going to run through them. I'm probably going to get dinged before I'm finished, but I'm going to say I want to talk about pools. I've talked to you, Keith. I want to talk about condemned houses. I want to talk about workforce housing, which I have sent you a letter last week. And I want to talk about the ordinance that you passed for trailers to be on homes, but now people are Airbnb-ing them. So was that your mission? So those are what I want to discuss. I want to start with our particular situation. We moved back. We have a new home 5 weeks after the storm. I think 3737, I want to call him out because I'm hoping, Ed, maybe you'll say something. 3741, Sean Nielsen, became the owner of a double lot, which was a small resort, which has a pool, which they demoed early in because they were selling it for $1.6 million, and they pushed a number of the debris right into the pool. So the pool is filled with debris. It's toxic. It smells. Even before red tide, we would go out and we would be coughing. The neighbors, of course, look at us and say, what's happening? Well, first of all, it's not our pool. But he got it for $10 in December. So, Sean, I'm willing to pay you $20 for that double lot if you want to make some money. So that's on record with Lee County, and someone can verify that. So hopefully if we start naming some of these folks, they'll step up to the plate, they'll take care of their open septic, they'll clean out these pools. But a recommendation, instead of whining, is make folks empty their pools, drain their pools, clean their pools, acid wash them, and then cover them with gorilla covers. Because safety-wise, these orange fences, we had a windstorm. Guess what? They're gone. They're down. They're not going to protect a kid who's going to be running around. We have kids that are coming in April. We also, next up, the condemned house. We have a condemned house. It's got the sticker on it. Army Corps of Engineer. It's still there. It's on sale for $1.2 million. The guy's an investor. He doesn't care. You, the town, have to make him care. You have to make him remove that house. How about you say, on record, we're going to fill out a form for IMEN and have these houses and businesses removed because they're not doing it. And the excuse about the insurance, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. They got their insurance. They don't want to put any money into it. So you, as a town, need to help us because we're living it. There's rodents that are coming from these homes, and I can't be alone. I can't be alone. This can't be the first time you guys have heard this or are living it. And then the tents. As a town, Captain Jack is living at 3541 Estero. It sounds like he got permission He's a veteran. I called the VA last week. They promised they'd go out. He's living next to the toxic pool that doesn't have a fence. He's dealing with a red tide. And we, as a community, shouldn't allow this. See, I got dinged. But anyway, those are some of our thoughts.
Thank you, Jean. You can also speak at the end of public comment, too, to finish your thoughts.
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone else care to speak?
Oh, sorry, Barbara Hill.
Barbara Hill. We won't forget
Barbara,
about
did you
Barbara.
want to speak during the public comment, though, for that item? For it to be considered?
Sure.
Okay,
As long as it's before the conversation with council, right?
it's during. That's all I have signed up.
Okay. And anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Again, my apologies for missing that. Now we'll go to consent agenda with items C, recurring special event, and D, special event, being removed for discussion. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second? A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item C, recurring special event. Counselor Veach?
Yeah, I pulled this because mostly for informational reasons. Keith, you know what this reconstruction center is going to do, how it's going to operate? Is this a for-profit center where someone trying to coordinate activities, or is this a open venue for contractors and handymen?
I don't know if it's for-profit or not-for-profit, but it would be open for vendors to come in and people come in and speak with vendors, as I understand it.
So the intent, as you understand it, is this is going to be an open house for people to go in and be able to have a variety of service providers there to be able to speak to.
Correct.
Okay. That was just for clarification. I think that, you know, if it's done right, this would be a good asset for the town. I think there's a lot of people who are still asking me questions about vendors.
Counselor Veach, it's my understanding, and I don't know this for fact, but it's my understanding that it is a for-profit adventure. It's going to have, my understanding, I think Vice Mayor Adderholt probably could speak more to it than I could. I think he's had more conversations with the group than I have, but I firmly believe that it is for-profit.
I'm here to represent the...
Are you? Sure, come on up. Let's hear from you.
I'm Jake Both. I'm from Pembroke Pines, Florida, but I work for ICS Materials here locally, and we've worked, Jason Clark and I have worked on numerous projects around the country over the last 8 years. I've been here since the storm, the day after the storm, and what we noticed was there was a need for what we believed was a good idea, a place where various contractors could assemble and help the community and provide answers, notwithstanding insurance company representatives and possibly legal people to discuss all the different matters that come with rebuilding and reconstruction. This is not a non-profit venture. Our costs exceed the rental space areas that we're offering. We have sort of manipulated the center to accommodate smaller contractors who voiced opinions on the rental fee. So we're able to accommodate them with this size tent. It would be a lesser fee. But just to give you some dollar figures, because we heard this was going on, or somebody was talking about it. Give me a second. Our cost per unit for the 15 spaces we have exceeds each month $242.82 more than what we're charging for the space on 15 spaces. On 30 spaces, it's the same thing, just half as much because there's twice as many vendors. Our cost per vendor would be over and above our budget of it would be $121.41 a month that we'd eat, that we'd pay for. So it's not a profit. It's not profitable. It's something that we felt strongly about helping the community and being able to give the residents a place to go to seek answers, get ideas, and reconstruct.
So you just basically charge a rental space for people to come in and use, like a little mini office, a table, some
Exactly.
chairs.
With a curtain, with the logo curtain on the table. And,
Okay, now do you, so it's almost like a conference kind of thing. So now are you vetting the people who are coming in?
Yeah, we will vet the people. They'll be local, established, registered, licensed. Yes, sir.
All right.
And will anything be sold there, or will contracts be made, or is it strictly informational and
No, the contractors will be there ready to get contracts or offer contracts and prices. They'll be very visible, very notable. There's nowhere to hide. We're going to insist, and there will be no price gouging with these people, and they've all agreed to that. There's none of that going to happen. We saw that in the beginning with people running around the town. I guess you all know we did the screening for grubs out here, and we're the prime sub for the beach berm. And we've talked to a lot of people. We've come into contact with a lot. Jason lives here on the beach. His house was destroyed. And we just got the feeling right out the gate that there were people trying to take advantage of people. And we figured we could get some well-known, established companies, small and large, in the area, along with sponsors, or like Lowe's Home Hardware. The Lowe's numbers are very interested in this also.
So,
Jay,
go ahead.
Just a question. You said you're going to ensure. That's a pretty big statement to say that you're going to ensure that there's going to be no price gouging. Are you going to review every contract that every person that's renting the table is going to?
We're going to have prices and understandings. If anybody feels like they've been overcharged, we're going to have a resolution. It's like a dispute board there with several of us and several of the contractors to resolve any disputes of that nature, or any matter that comes along. But we know the pricing. We're pretty versed on pricing for construction, and I think we can weed out anybody that would attempt to do that.
Where will your facility be located, and when do you plan to be open?
I pass out these brochures?
Please, yeah. Thank you.
I understand there was a.
Well, you gotta be able to say none of that.
We just have to deal with an awkward silence for a little while. When you
Yeah.
This is all in our packet. Just for the record, what he just handed us is in the packet our agenda packet. So anybody that wants to see what he handed us, it's the same thing that we have.
We have a mission statement on the front of that basically reiterates what I just said. I saw in some correspondence from the city that you were not in, you had no knowledge or understanding of what the venue was going to be used for, and approval by the landlord or the owner of the property. If you look on the first page, or an executed lease, I believe. So the second page shows the lease agreement. It's a copy. And in that circled area right there is exactly what she agreed to rent us the property for, which mirrors what we're doing.
And are you going to have porta potties here?
We're going to have the porta potties on wheels, which is hooked to which we're going to connect to the sewer. We're going to have the water connected. Yeah.
I guess if you have a tent full of contractors, you expect that kind of.
Excuse me?
I guess if you have a tent full of contractors, they know how to hook up a.
Yeah.
trailer.
We'll take care of that. I've been underground for 50 years.
And because we've got a public forum, just once again, where will you be located, just for folks that might be watching?
At 56, I believe it's 5669 Estero. Yes.
Is that the old car wash
The
location?
car wash and the coin laundry.
Very good. And then when do you plan to be open?
As soon as we can get approval.
And then
We've already purchased the tent. We've purchased the 5 air conditioning units. We still have some site work to do there, some leveling. We're going to put landscape around it, make it look nice.
Very good. And then will folks actually be able to walk away with product of any kind? Is there an opportunity to do that, or is that case by case, or?
Well, the products per se would be a Lowe's issue. Lowe's would be able to order the materials and have them delivered, but we're not going to be selling merchandise there. This is just for contract work and electricians, air conditioning guys, roofers, carpenters.
But just so I understand, so if Lowe's is there, if somebody needed a screwdriver or a part or a bolt or something, could they order it and then it would be delivered to the tent and they could come pick it up there, or would they have to go off island, or how? What's your thought on that?
Their final acceptance of this is contingent upon what we're talking about right now, and we've recommended that we could put a small Conex box out there with the basic tools and necessities they need, but my understanding is they'll be able to order that and have it delivered out there.
Very good.
So
Thank
that
you.
they don't have to travel across this town to go to Lowe's.
That's great. Thank you.
Traffic.
And do you have, you willing to state a contact information for any potential contractors or handymen out there who are listening, who want to contact you about renting a booth?
Yeah, sure. They can contact us at our office or or us personally. You want me to give you numbers?
Or a number or an email address?
Sure. The email address is info@floridacontractors.us. We also plan on having media coverage on this, doing commercials on TV and radio, and also we're going to have VMS boards at both ends of the island, so that lets people know that the center's open, Recon Center's open.
Will you also be providing the list of people that are going to pay you to be inside the tent with the town so that we can also verify?
Yeah,
I don't doubt that you're going to make sure they're Florida contractors, but.
Yeah, we'll provide that.
Any other questions for Jake? Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Thanks.
With that, I'll move to approve the special event permit.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we got the special event permit for the Sunset Celebration in Times Square. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Yeah, I had asked this to be pulled just so the applicant could have an opportunity to discuss and provide additional information to the community. Welcome.
Morning, Council. For the record, my name is Ed Ryan. For the past 5 years, along with my wife Kim, been hosting a little podcast project called Beach Talk Radio here in Fort Myers Beach, and we're here seeking your approval for a special events permit for March 18th for a 3-hour musical sunset celebration featuring Fort Myers Beach resident Stephen Clark and Coastal Cowboy from Marco Island. The stage we're renting is from Tektronix, the same company the Friday night sunset celebration rented from. We'll have a generator for power, and we'll have a strong light for breakdown afterward because it gets pretty dark around Times Square. Although maybe there'll be lights by then. We're not serving alcohol. We're not serving food. We have a request into the PTO for the kids to come down and sing the national anthem. And as maybe you may have seen by the site plan, we've invited local nonprofit organizations to set up tables so they can get back to spreading their messages of help and hope to the community. They were all hit hard, as you know, from the storm. So far, we have yeses from the Lions Club, the Art Association, the Community Foundation, FMB Strong this morning. The town will have a tent set up. We've also reached out to the PTO, Kiwanis, the Women's Club, and a few others. Also in attendance will be the Friends of Lovers Key. The town Marine Environmental Task Force tent will be back. And just a couple of quick notes about the last two. You may or may not know the Murph tent and all the supplies were lost in the storm. This past Saturday, we handed off 2 brand new tents and enough stickers, crayons, and other supplies to Jennifer Rusk to last for a couple of years. Also, the Friends of Lovers Key lost their Echo Art Summer supplies, and with help from Councilwoman Karen Woodson, we're able to raise $4,000 in 8 hours to replace all of those supplies. I bring the last 2 items up to emphasize how much people across the country are willing to help. We raised that money in 8 hours and the stuff for the Murph tent in 1 week using an Amazon wish list. So that's everything I have to present. Happy to answer any questions. And I do have a question for Keith about the event.
Shoot.
So if we do get a permit, Keith, sometimes there are other tables that might not be permitted that are set up. Kim loses her temper sometimes, and I don't need her going up to somebody threatening them, asking them to leave. So is there a way that we can coordinate so that those folks aren't there?
Yeah, we will work through the vendors there and the other businesses that are set up there to give them heads up that the event's coming and they need to be permitted or not.
Okay.
Any questions for Ed?
How many people are you expecting, Ed?
100?
Now, are you going to provide porta potties?
Was down there today. Looked like there's 6 or 7 of them.
Now, are these on Lynn Hall Park, or are they the ones that are?
There are 3 on town property and several in Lynn Hall Park, but we weren't planning on it, no.
Okay.
Have you had any pushback or anything from the fire department or Lee County Sheriff's Office?
No, we got the fire department permit last week, and I don't know about LCSO. I think Patty said it was all in the permitting. If we had any issues, she'd let me know.
Okay, we'll just check on it, make sure, but I haven't heard anything about it, so I just thought I'd ask.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of item D of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none? There you go. Looking forward to it.
We'll be there.
Next, we have public hearings. The first one is Ordinance 23-04, the Pink Shell CPD Amendment. It's the second reading and public hearing on proposed Ordinance 23-04 entitled, An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution Number 13-23 and amending the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 200 and 275 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We are now open the second public hearing and approve CPD amendment ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would only point out the fact that this first item, as well as items C, D, E, F, are all quasi-judicial. The only item that's scheduled for public hearing that's legislative in nature is item B. I didn't know if you wanted to take that one first. Just to, so we could then swear in everyone for A, C, D, E, and F all at one time and be done with that component. But
I certainly don't have any objection to it. Council members, anybody have an issue with moving out of order?
I have no problem with that.
No objection.
Sorry, Pink Shell. We're going to come back to you in a second. We'll start with item B then. Ordinance 23-05, temporary placement of governmental use and mobile homes in the town. This is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-05 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the placement of temporary housing and temporary governmental use facilities in specified zoning districts of the town, providing for conflict of law, scrivener's errors, severability, sunsettings of this ordinance, and providing for an effective date. We're opening up the hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
this
sir.
ordinance was prepared at your request or at the request of the council. It provides for temporary housing throughout the town's residential zoning districts, subject to the criteria specified in the code. It's just memorializing the action that's already been taken by staff to allow these types of uses. It also would allow governmental uses in zoning districts. By way of example, town hall site is actually zoned commercial. This would allow that use as well as any temporary fire station that I understand the fire district is considering. So the uses of that nature, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. The only comment that I would make is that there is some proposed legislation that is making its way through the legislature in Tallahassee that may bump back the current deadline that we have in this ordinance, which is 18 months, a year and a half, to 36 months. We can certainly address that issue between first and second reading by inserting any language essentially to the effect of or as otherwise provided by state law, wherever it says the 18-month time limitation. because we don't know what the legislature may do or not. So,
John, the only thing that I noticed in there was the dates. I think it said 18 months from the adoption of the ordinance. I believe our initial discussion was 12 months after the storm and revisit it to potentially go to 18 months, if memory serves me correct.
yeah, we took into account that things are already going and thought that we can always change that back. We just felt that gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, so to speak.
And based on one of the public comments that we had as far as people Airbnb-ing them now, is there anything that can be added into that to?
Certainly we can add something in the intent of this ordinance is not to allow for these RVs or mobile homes to be converted into a commercial enterprise. They're for the use and occupancy of the property owners themselves while they're going through the difficult time of rebuilding their homes.
Well, that's kind of where I think it's going to get sticky, at least in my mind. Not all property owners will be down here, but their crews maybe that are working on the house could be staying in those. Is there a way to, and maybe it's not the will of the council, I don't know. I don't know if there's a will to, do we want to put any wording in there that it doesn't make your ears hurt? That prohibits the use of short-term rental, even if they're in a zone that allows it?
We certainly can put that in. I think that's consistent with the intent of this council, that this is not, or is to provide for assistance, not profit.
But that kind of brings up some really interesting points, Dan. I know that I've heard some complaints about somewhere where it looks like a work site, but I also know that getting workers to come down here and help us with this recovery, one of the difficulties they have is finding affordable housing to live in. So I think it's an interesting conversation. I don't know if I necessarily condone it, but I think it's an interesting conversation.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was having a conversation with Naples this weekend, and they are having the same discussion with their council, and it looked like they were going towards resident or contractor to be allowed, probably not 15 contractors in one trailer, but resident or contractor.
I personally don't have any issue with that. I mean, not everybody's going to be doing the work themselves, so, and finding places to stay is very difficult.
I would think maybe some kind of number limitation, so there aren't 24 people all camped out. Because I know someone who's been, I'm looking at trailers myself, and a lot of the ones that are really in demand are these bunkhouse trailers, and they can fit a lot of people. I don't know. I'm not suggesting what an appropriate number is, but it seems like some kind of upper limit might be good to just maybe get ahead of some potential abuse.
And I have had some people ask that have a legal triplex or a legal duplex if they are allowed to have 2 trailers then on the property or just 1 per address. I believe our initial conversations right after the storm were to allow 1 per address, but
Correct. We've had those discussions of 1 per address, but what if the address was a duplex or was a triplex, and we thought 2 might be suitable, but when you start getting to 3 or 10, from a larger type development, then certainly not. So I think there'd be some kind of zoning that we could use to limit that, and I would pitch that off to our planning and zoning folks to help us put guidelines around.
Another thing too is, I also have a constituent who has 2 adult children, and they're not really going to fit in a single RV. I mean, they're small children. I could see that happening, but and in the wording, I know there is a contingency for that. There is a place saying you can come in front of council. I think maybe if we set some parameters around it, that maybe the staff could handle that administratively. There's some guidelines around it instead of having to come to council every time someone wants to put a second trailer on.
I certainly don't have any issues with that. I think staff is more than prepared to be able to make those decisions.
And one thing also I found that might be a little contradictory, although is that they want the pad to be tied down, or they want the trailer or the RV to be tied down, which I understand, but then also one of the requirements to be on like a cement pad or pavers, which to me make it difficult to tie it down. So I'm not sure if there's another way to do that, to way to be able to secure them without tie downs, or.
John, do you know in the legislation that you were talking about, is there any discussion about that? You know, for me, it's, you know, you want to tie them down, but you also want them to be mobile.
Yeah. To some degree, it depends upon the which form of the of housing that the individual property owner is going to use. For example, if it's a mobile home, by state law, it has to be tied down. Conversely, if it's an RV, it's got to be on wheels so it can be moved. Otherwise, it doesn't meet the state definition of RV. We're in that regard, we're basically following the state definitions and state law and state law requirements.
So essentially, if it has wheels, it doesn't have to be tied down, but if it's a tiny home or something, that it would have to be.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Public comment? Anyone choose to speak on this? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back.
I would, if there's no more comments, I would suggest we put a couple modifications on this before moving to a second hearing. One would be the conversation about contractors. The other would be to be able to handle up to 2 maybe RVs on a property administratively instead of coming in front of council.
Objections to those changes? Okay.
We'll also add in the or as provided by state law to hedge our bets.
Okay. That is our motion to take this to second reading, which would be March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. I'll move it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
And I would just have one kind of comment. So the idea, this is replacing the temporary use permit that was originally done and coming up with something more specific.
No, the form will continue to be used, and to the extent that it needs to be modified to reflect the adoption of the ordinance, then we'll make those changes. But essentially, the form will continue to be used in one form or another, so we have record of who's coming in and where they're going.
So then, for the information of the public, they would still file a temporary use permit. This ordinance just defines the usage of those.
That's correct.
I do have one question now that I think about it. This is on, it's on. This doesn't address tents, though, does it? This is just for our mobile homes and RVs and that type of thing?
I think tents would be kind of preempted under our camping ordinance, John, we talked about earlier.
If you want to include tents as a alternative form of living temporarily, now would be the time.
Is that your suggestion, that we be more permissive and allow people to be in tents?
No, I'm saying just the opposite.
Okay.
Well, that if we look under, it's C, placement of manufactured home. I'm learning a lot that some of our codes have some very open-ended verbiage in it, and this one is one where it says placement of manufactured home, mobile home, motor home, recreational vehicle, or other temporary unit on a site. Could I then argue that a temporary unit is a tent? Do we want to just remove that or other temporary unit?
That would solve that issue.
I would be in favor of that. Anyone have any objections to that change?
I think for clarity, because I know we have other parts in the code where we don't allow tents, but for clarity, I think it makes sense, Mayor.
We have a motion and a second to move this on to second reading at March 20th, 2023. Just have to remember to shut your when you're not talking. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously to the second reading of ordinance 23-05. Now we will go back. John, do you want to just do the?
Yeah. If I may, Mr. Mayor, items 11A, ordinance 2304, Pink Shell CPD amendment, ordinance 2306, the Carousel Residential Plan Development RPD item, and the variance for the property located 8180 Lagoon Road, and the special exception approval for the Texas Hold'em and Squeeze Me In Dune walkover and related variance, items E and F. Of anyone who's going to provide testimony regarding those items, to please stand and be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Witnesses have been sworn, and then as each item is called, it would be appropriate for members of the council to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with regard to that particular item.
We will start with ordinance A. Do you want me to reread it into record? Okay. Ordinance 23-04, Pink Shell CPD amendment. This is the second reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-04 entitled, An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution Number 13-23 and amending the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 200 and 275 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the second public hearing. Is there any ex parte communication? Vice Mayor Adholt?
I've had a number of conversations with the applicant post-Ian, and I'm guessing this came up in the conversation at some point, but nothing of great detail.
Councilor Veach?
Nothing since the first reading.
Councilor Woodson?
I have nothing.
Councilor King?
Nothing.
And I also have nothing since the first reading. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Bill Wachulis with JBO LLC has applied to amend the Pink Shell CPD to allow liveaboard vessels in association with the submerged land lease from DEP. The Pink Shell CPD uses currently include a dock for the use of resort occupants or for lease to non-occupants. The approved DEP submerged land lease previously did not allow liveaboard vessels, but has been updated to allow liveaboard vessels because required pump-out facilities and restrooms are provided at the docking facility. The DEP permit defines a liveaboard vessel as a vessel docked at the facility and inhabited by a person or persons for any 5 consecutive days, or a total of 10 days in a 30-day period. Liveaboard status may not exceed 6 months in any 12-month period, nor shall any vessel constitute a legal or primary residence. The proposed liveaboard vessels are not anticipated to cause negative impacts. However, 3 new conditions are recommended for the approval of this amendment. To protect adjacent residential uses from the potential noise of liveaboard vessels, slips 1 through 4 cannot be used for liveaboard vessels unless the property at 309 Estero is purchased by Pink Shell. To clarify uses, properties, and unit numbers within the current CPD, staff is recommending a condition that the applicant clean up the existing CPD. This will ensure that going forward, ordinances are understandable and correct. The LPA recommended a condition that when a storm warning is issued, all boats must be removed from the Pink Shell Marina. Staff and LPA recommended approval of the request to include liveaboard vessels with conditions. This is the second town council hearing, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Vice Mayor Adderholt, any questions for Sarah?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Councilor Veach?
Nothing additional.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good with everything.
Councilor King?
Nothing.
And I also have nothing at this point.
Thank you.
Bill, would you like to come up and say a few words?
Sure.
For the record, Bill Whitechulis, Senior Vice President Operations for Boykin Management and JBO LLC. I appreciate the time. You know, as Sarah mentioned, we're just trying to have the language clarity between DEP and the town, and it's the 5-night restriction is we're looking to be able to take people longer on the boats.
Just have one quick question for you that is Coconut Telegraph, but just for clarity, that the Coconut Telegraph has it as they are going to be short-term rental boats. Can you just want to put it out there? I highly doubt it, but I just wanted to let you know that the rumor mill out there is that the Pink Shell is going to put boats out there and use them as short-term rentals.
I think our intention is to be able to take boaters that would want to stay longer than 5 nights. There's no plans for us to purchase boats and put them out there. I don't know that wouldn't be something we would want to look at in the future, but our main business is people flowing in on the boat, stopping at Captiva at South Seas, or going down to the Keys. The length of stay is usually the issue, with DEP allowing us to do it over 5 nights, and the town having the restriction of no liveaboards.
Is that something you're willing to stipulate, that you won't be purchasing your own boats for like extra hotel rooms, and these will be people on their own boats?
I don't know that I would state that. I think the only challenge back I would have was, what's the difference of somebody staying on a boat that's owned by me or on their own?
And the short answer is that if you get a boat there, it's kind of a virtual hotel room, and that's an extra density. If someone brings their own boat, the benefit of that is they're not driving, they're not affecting our traffic, which is to me the red line for a lot of density additions.
True, but I mean, we do get boaters that also have cars that come and visit them. I mean, there's still traffic that comes to the marina. But as to, us purchasing a boat, there's nothing planned at all. But I couldn't say in the future that we wouldn't want to put a boat down there and rent it out.
Just saying, that's really not quieting the Coconut Telegraph there, Bill.
I think I think we have the density of the 41 slips. We've had that right since the 50s, of having those 41 slips. That's been with the property since I been on. But if somebody wants to stay on a boat or a boat that's owned by us, I don't see the difference.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Anyone else have any questions for Bill? Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of ordinance 23-04.
Public
Do
comment.
public
Oh,
comment
I'm
first.
sorry.
We'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that chooses to speak on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Now, Vice Mayor Adderholt.
I'll move approval of ordinance 23-04, Pink Shell CPD amendment with conditions.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Now, is this a concern for anybody about the idea of the entity buying their own boats and operating those like hotel rooms, or is this something that doesn't cause any grief to the council, the other members of council?
Well, me personally, it doesn't cause any grief whether they own it or someone else owns it. It's still got to be properly insured. It's still got to go through all the same inspections that every other private boat owner has to have. So it doesn't raise any flags to me.
I have no problem with it either.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, there's a motion on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Roll call. Roll call. Roll call.
E, sorry. Vice Mayor Adderholt? Aye. Councilor Veach?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allers? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item C, ordinance 23-06, 6249 Estero Boulevard, Carousel Residential Plan Development, RPD. This is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 23-06 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing the Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution 18-11 and amending the scheduled schedule of uses for the residential plan development zoning for the property located at 6249 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We're opening up the first public hearing. Second will be March 20th, if approved, 2020, 9 a.m. Sarah?
Good morning. Sarah Probst with the Community Development. Matthew Armenio, on behalf of Carousel Beach Redevelopment LLC, owners of 6230 and 6240 Estero Boulevard, are requesting an amendment to their existing residential plan development to include a rooftop deck area and shade structures not to exceed 10 feet above the approved height of 45 feet. The previously approved Ordinance 18-11 approved the development of a maximum of 12 multifamily units, no more than 5 stories, and 45 feet above base flood elevation. Approval of this request will allow the rooftop space to be developed as a deck for residents with shade structures. The request does not allow the development of habitable space above the 45-foot building height limit. Staff finds that the proposed rooftop deck and shade structure meet the code considerations and findings in Section 34-85 rezonings and 34-216 public hearings. Conditions have been added to safeguard the public interest. Proposed new conditions include a requirement that the development is consistent with the master concept plan attached. The applicant must provide a floor plan for the layout of the rooftop area that is in compliance with the approved master concept plan and land development code. A lighting plan must be submitted that meets all of the town's regulations, including sea turtle lighting in compliance with all local, state, and federal requirements. Additionally, the accessory rooftop decking language has been clarified to ensure that the rooftop structures are not enclosed. No habitable space will be permitted above the 45-foot building height. Staff recommends approval of the request to allow decking and shade structures on the rooftop not to exceed 10 feet above the 45-foot height limit. I would note that the newspaper ad and the ordinance in front of you have an incorrect address. It will be re-addressed or re-advertised prior to the second hearing. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Are there any questions? Vice Mayor Adderholt, you have any questions for Sarah?
Thank you.
Councilor Veach?
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
Councilor Woodson?
Nothing right now.
Councilor King?
Nothing now.
I also have nothing.
Thank you.
Is the applicant here? Come on up. Oh, yeah, okay.
Before the applicant's representative
Ex parte
speaks,
communication.
Ex parte communications.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
To my knowledge, I've had none. Thank you.
Councilor Veach?
Nothing around this.
Councilor Woodson?
I've had none.
Councilor King?
None.
I have none as well. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. For the record, Ken Golander with the neighborhood company here on behalf of the property owner and applicant, Carousel Beach Redevelopment. Sarah presented to you our petition. I do have a short presentation, but we're in full agreement with the conditions posed, the request, and I'd be happy to go through that, a little presentation, or just move forward with any questions that you may have that I can help clarify.
I'll ask the council if they have a need to want to see the presentation, if you're okay with all the stipulations that have been put in place by.
We are, yes.
Bring it back. Council, do you have any?
I thought the information submitted was fine.
Yeah, as well as this one.
Yeah, me too. I think it was very clear.
It's very good.
Right,
Thank you.
I'm fine with everything.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We'll save you a little time.
Great. And you as well. You have other good things to get forward to. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll bring it back to council for any discussion. We'll open it up for public comment. Does anyone choose to speak on this ordinance 23-06? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. Any discussion? I think this was probably the smoothest one I've ever seen, where everyone was on the same page. But
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I'd make a motion to move the ordinance 23-06 to the second reading.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Roll call.
I've got it written down now, so I don't forget. I even have little arrows. Drawing pictures. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Veach?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Motion carries unanimously to the second reading on March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Now we're on to item D, variance 20220018, 8180 Lagoon Road. Adopt resolution 23-20 entitled, "A Resolution of the Town of Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying variance 20220108 to allow pool setback variance of 1 foot from the required 15-foot side street setback for the property located at 8180 Lagoon Road and providing for an effective date." Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Christopher DaCosta, on behalf of the Janelle Schoonover Trust, owner of 8180 Lagoon Road, is requesting a side street pool setback variance of 1 foot. The applicant was previously requesting a variance of 11 feet from the 25-foot side street setback. Since the submittal of the variance request, the corner lot setback regulations have been amended to decrease the side street setback to 15 feet for this particular lot. With the amended side street setbacks, the variance would be for 1 foot to allow a pool 14 feet from Tarpon Road. The property is a corner lot with the home fronting on Lagoon Road, and Tarpon Road is the side street. The property currently contains a residence and a pool. The residence is located 11.4 feet from Tarpon Road, from the Tarpon Road adjacent property line. In research of the approved house site plan, there was no indication as to why the house was approved 11.4 feet from the right-of-way. The setback requirements at that time were 25 feet. The current pool is constructed to meet the 25-foot street setback. The proposed pool would not be closer to Tarpon Road than the existing house. Staff reviewed the application per section 34-87 and finds that it does not meet several of the findings. There do not appear to be any exceptional or extraordinary conditions inherent to the property. The conditions justifying the variance are the result of the applicant's actions. The variance requested is not the minimum variance that would allow the construction of a pool. Staff does not feel that granting the variance would be injurious to the neighborhood, however. The conditions are not so general as to require a code amendment, considering new corner lot codes were very recently adopted. Staff recommends denial of the variance request of 1 foot from the side street setback because it does not meet all of the code required findings. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Sarah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sarah, could you just recant a little bit of the LPA hearing? I believe it passed the LPA 7-0.
Yes.
But there were also a couple neighbors who testified in strong support of this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Veach, you have any questions for Sarah?
No, it seems like this had momentum as a 11-foot setback and variance, and now it's 1 foot. I can't see someone coming for a 1 foot variance for all this work.
Counselor Woodson?
Excuse me, I'm good with it all.
Counselor King?
No question.
I just have one additional, sort of really for a public service. The applicant, I believe, has been through this process in this process for almost 2 years. And they wrote a note to the town staff asking if the council, this might be interesting for others as well, if the council approves the variance, does it mean that will it be signed off on that day? We're trying to give our contractor a start date if it's approved. And the town staff responded, if the town council makes a decision to approve the variance, email zoningpermits@fmbgov.com and reference the variance project number. We can re-review the zoning review and then pass it along to the other reviewers. That's classic. I have to read that again. We can re-review the zoning review and then pass it along to other reviewers. We can make a note to expedite it, but it won't be issued that same day. I was wondering, Sarah, and maybe the town attorney, just for people that come before us for a variance, maybe there's a way to distill that down in English as to what the process is after, assuming this is granted, what goes on after a variance is granted as in terms of the town's procedures.
So when it's adopted, unless in the resolution or the ordinance they refer to a different date, sometimes they put them further out than the day of adoption or the day it's agreed to. In this instance, you would be approving it on the day of, so that would essentially allow them to move forward with their process. The reason that they're saying they would have to re-review it is they just need to make sure that it is in fact just a 1 foot variance that they're asking for, that they are asking for it to be 14 feet from the property line. And then typically they do a zoning review first, because if it doesn't pass zoning, they don't pass it on to the building plan reviewer, because then that's additional time that's invested in a project that can't move forward because it doesn't meet the setbacks. Did that answer your question?
John, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, there is one thing that the applicant and anyone else who's in their shoes should be aware of. With all quasi-judicial items, there's a 30-day appeal window. And as a result, the decision of this council does not become final and binding on all parties until that 31st date, or the 31st day. If someone were to file an appeal to the council's action, then it would essentially place a stay on the effectiveness of the resolution, the approval, whatever it might be. Now, any property owner can move forward within, if they so choose, in that 30-day window. However, if there's an appeal and that appeal is successful, any actions that they take on reliance upon the approval within that 30-day period, court can order them to undo it. So they proceed at their own caution.
And as it respects to this particular case, if it certainly appears as if their neighbors are supportive, so it's really a risk management issue for the applicants at this point.
For every applicant, I mentioned to you that everyone in my field, both who represents local governments as well as property owners, is aware of a case out of the Martin County called Pinecrest Villas, and where a developer moved forward during that risk period. Ultimately was determined that they had improperly relied upon the approval and were told to demolish an apartment complex by the courts. So.
And just conversely, now, if they were to modify their plans to make the pool 1 foot smaller, they would not need a 30-day window, and would they have to reapply entirely? I mean, which one would be the most expeditious for them?
If they choose not to wait the 30 days, that is the responsibility of the applicant. If they choose to again modify their plans so a variance is no longer needed, that's the decision of the property owner and the applicant. Obviously, if they modify their plans in such a way that a variance is no longer required under normal course of business, they would submit new plans and staff would take action to administratively and inform the council rescind the variance because it's no longer applicable.
So they'd have to reapply. I'm just
They'd
wondering
have to
which would be the most...
resubmit plans that are compliant with the code that don't require variance.
And would that put them back in a queue?
It wouldn't require any public hearing. It would just be reviewed at the staff level and processed in the normal course of business. The only reason the matter is before you is because they need a variance as it's currently planned.
What I'm trying to get a grip on is from the applicant. Would it be faster for them to modify the plans, or faster for them to get the variance and wait the 30 days?
I don't know the answer to that.
And I couldn't say either. They may be able to, if they resubmitted, they may be able to get back in the same spot in the queue. But it may also take longer for them to get updated plans.
I think before we get too far down that road, let's do our ex parte communication here from the applicant, and we can ask the question then. Any ex parte communication, Vice Mayor Holt?
I have had a number of procedural emails and conversations with the applicant since the first reading.
Councilor Veach?
Nothing.
Councilor Woodson?
I have nothing.
Councilor King?
I've had nothing.
And all I've had is a couple of drive-bys. Is the applicant here? Yes. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Janelle, and this is Ed. We live Schoonover. We live at 8180 Lagoon Road. We started this pool process early 2019, working with Lucas Lagoons to get our perfect pool set up, signed a contract the end of 2019, and we're still trying to get a permit. So here we are today. Our pool, obviously, like everybody else on the island, it doesn't work. Our pool cage is gone, our fence is gone, our equipment is gone, and it's going to be an amazing pool. I mean, it's African themed. We do mission work in Africa, so we're trying to carry that over into our yard. Changing the foot of the pool really isn't going to work with everything we're trying to get into a small space. So we are asking for the variance so we can actually make our pool dream come true.
I would just add that we have support of the neighbors. Every house that's around us, excuse me, either wrote a letter or testified, including a former LPA member is in favor of this, so we would really like to move forward.
Vice Mayor Adderall, you have any questions for the applicant?
As the applicant, given what you heard based on the discussion previously, do you have any questions for the town attorney or for staff in terms of what happens after today? Was that as clear as mud for you?
I think I understand it.
Okay.
There's
very
still
good.
more reviews of the reviewer before we get to the final review, and then we're good.
Yeah. Okay.
We think.
Very good. I just wanted to see if you had any questions. That's all I have.
Councilor Veach?
Good, thanks.
Councilor Woodson?
Good.
Councilor King?
Upon further review, I think I'm covered.
And
A red flag's gonna fly out.
and with that, if we have any more questions, we'll have you come back
All right.
up.
Thank you.
I'd like to, if possible, Patrick, could you come up? And I'm interested in what it was that the LPA saw that disagreed with staff recommendations.
Okay, for the record, Patrick Vanass. Yes, to further muddy the waters, the attorney for the applicant questioned if a variance was even needed. And at least personally, I agree with the attorney. Our code and our table in the code provides setbacks for principal structures. We have different sections in the code that deal with accessory structures. And it lists out the structures, including pools. And what it says is that your accessory structure can be no closer to the road than your principal structure. In this case, the building's at 11.4 feet, and they're asking the pool to be at 14 feet. So in my mind, and we did not make our decision based on that, but I question if they even need a variance. Notwithstanding that issue, we figured there was a variance before us. We didn't want this to hold up the process. We also understood that the setbacks would change, and that we now have a 15-foot setback, and they're going to be set back further than the existing home. They're going to be at 14 feet, existing home at 11.4. So we did not have a problem granting the setback, but we do question if a variance is even needed. And I would also suggest that if there's a need for the town to clarify this in the code, we do so. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Any questions for Patrick? Don't run off yet. You never know. All right, thanks, Patrick. We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone that chooses to speak? Bruce, come on up.
I'm here for another matter, but I thought I'd throw my 2 cents in on this one since I live down the street from
What's
these
your name,
guys.
sir?
Oh, sorry. Bruce Butcher, Lagoon Road, Fort Myers Beach. Just throw in my support for this variance. As I said, I live just down the street from these guys, and we've discussed their trials and tribulations over the years of trying to get this permit. In this review process that you guys are referring to, that the review of the review, well, that's the general permitting process, and that's why permits take so long, is because of the review of the review. And in process mapping, there's a workaround of that. I hope somebody's looking into that because it's onerous. I'll talk more about that later. Thank you.
Anyone else? close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve variance 2022-0018-81, I'm sorry, for 8180 Lagoon Road.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? You know, as someone that has seen the reality show that these people put together, these pools, they really do a fantastic job, at least on TV, and they look spectacular when they're done. So, wish you the best of luck if it approves. Any other discussion? Roll call. Vice Mayor Adderholt? Aye. Councilor King? Or Woodson? We'll go to Veach.
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allers? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Item E. It's Resolution 23-21 entitled "A Resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving denying application SEZ-20220120 for a special exception approval for live/work use for the property located at 6875 Estero Boulevard and providing for an effective date." Mr. Smalley?
Good morning, councilors. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with the Planning and Zoning Department. Today we're here to present the special exception application for 6875 Estero Boulevard for a work-live special exception that is located in section 34-1774, again, work-live. So the general contours of what's being requested here is there is an existing building previously used as medical arts at ground level, one level building. The applicants are requesting a special exception to add a second level to the building to be used as their primary home. And obviously adding a second level to it, the entire second level will be used for the home itself, and then the lower area is intended to be used for their business, which is also known as Interiors Unlimited. It will be a mixture of meeting spaces, some storage space for their business, and then some small area being used for presentation of materials. We have reviewed the plan for all of the requirements set forth in the 34-88, which defines how we look at special exceptions. And the staff have come to the conclusion that it meets all of the requirements, including whether or not there exists change or changing conditions, which might make the approval of the request appropriate. Whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intents of the comprehensive plan, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards for the proposed use, whether the request will protect, conserve, and preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources, and whether the request will be compatible with the existing planned uses in the general area. And finally, whether the request will be in compliance with the applicable general zoning provisions in Chapter 34 of the town's LDC. Without going too much farther into the weeds of the code, I'm here to answer any questions about staff's process or determinations. The applicants are also here to answer any questions that you may have for them.
Thanks, Jason. First of all, I congratulate you and the staff for coming to a very sensible outcome on this. I appreciate you working with the applicant. It seems to me at a time when we're trying to encourage workforce housing, we're trying to really continue to address traffic issues. I believe I've been a customer of the applicant. They do great work, but they lived off island. This is a solution that will allow them to live on island above their business and in concert with their neighbors. And I just think this is really a practical approach, and I commend the staff for working so well to find a solution for this. And I would say with Sarah here, as we look at our comp plan, let's see if we can maybe figure out a way to make this a little bit easier for folks to, as a model, to go forward with, because this could help on a number of fronts. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilor Veach?
I would concur, but I would also tell the applicants and everybody else that we've been discussing redoing the CB zoning district. And this is the CB zoning, right? If I'm correct.
I believe it's actually CO, but I'm sorry.
Yes, CO.
CO.
District.
And we've been looking at doing this to allow the kind of live, work kind of environment that would actually allow them to do more. I wish we were further ahead on that because I think that a lot of these commercial places need that clarity. And I think to your question, Jim, I think we're already working towards a way to make this easier and even give these people more options on what they can do as far as uses and intensity. The one question I have now, is there any restrictions in this saying that this would be for either owner-occupied or long-term rental and not a short-term rental?
So to answer your question in general, looking forward, we couldn't stop, for instance, the applicants from eventually selling the building to a new occupant that also wanted to occupy the building itself. The intent of the code is for the owner to occupy the business, the residence that their business is going to be below. But there's nothing specifically in the code that says, for instance, or defines who can live there and which business could be there. The question of short-term rental, I think, is a little bit above me. I think that's more of a legal question of whether that would be an allowed use. But my understanding of the code is that the occupier of the building has to be their primary residence. So if anybody wanted to rent one unit above, I don't know how that would interact with our code, unfortunately.
Yeah, it certainly seems in the intent, looking at the floor plan, that's not made for a short-term rental. It's very specific to the applicant. Now, John, is there something as part of this special exception that we can approve this, but not have short-term rentals use?
You can impose it as a condition.
Thank you.
I'm glad you used that word because I was going to bring it up later, but it seems to be used a lot when we're reviewing these, and the word intent comes up all the time. What the intent is maybe now may not be what the intent is 10 years from now. So I really hope as a staff we can work on using that word intent, because I think that makes things more difficult for people if they do decide to sell it down the road or they decide to sue something else. Staff is always going to use the word intent. Well, that wasn't the intent. Well, how do we know that? None of us were at that meeting. None of us, down the road, we don't know what the intent was. So if there's a way that we can fortify some of these decisions, I think that'll be helpful in the future, if that makes sense.
To that point, I think then if there is a desire by this council to limit or otherwise restrict any of these types of applications that come before you, under your code, you have the right to impose reasonable conditions that are intended to address the particular item that's coming before you, and to, as you point out, Mayor, effectuate or give the intent of what this regulation is for, which is owner-occupier use. And if that means imposing as a condition of approval a prohibition on short-term rentals, then it's certainly within your authority to do so. If at some point in the future the property changes hands and the property owner wants to make a change to what's approved or not approved, then they would go through the public hearing process just as they are going through now and seek approval from the council at that time, and that council will then have the opportunity to decide what their intent is with that particular application moving forward.
I think that makes sense. I guess before we get to that, I'd like to hear from the public as well as the applicant before we. But is there any more questions? Do you have any questions, Councilor Woodson, for Jason?
I do not.
Right. Councilor King?
None.
And I don't have any at this time, but...
If I may take an extra 10 seconds, one thing I did forget to mention, there were 4 conditions of approval following the LPA meeting. Those were discussed, and one was added after the LPA meeting. The 4th condition of approval limited deliveries from what was said to be dusk till dawn, with hours of 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Otherwise, there were 3 conditions added by staff. I'm open to discussing any of those if there are questions about them, but I believe that they were spoken about at LPA.
I think we're good right now. Ex parte communication, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Again, a number of procedural email exchanges with the applicant.
Counselor Veach?
Nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
Nothing outside of LPA.
Counselor King?
I've had nothing.
And just a lot of drive-bys every day. All right, the applicant, would you like to? John, can you swear her in? She wasn't here for the initial swearing in.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hearing from us today.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, I am Ruby, the owner of Interiors Unlimited, along with my husband, Kaio. We are seeking, as you heard, a special exception to be able to have our permanent residence above our business. As Vice Mayor Adderholt stated, we live off island, and there is a commute time, which with traffic can be, quite tedious sometimes. As a small business owner, it's crucial that you're there almost entirely all of your time. So we really would love the idea of being able to just walk straight downstairs to get to work. One of the main concerns or requirements was our hours of operation, which we agreed would be any deliveries only from 7:30 till 5:30. Usually we operate from 8 to 5, Monday to Friday, but of course sometimes maybe a delivery is there a little early or a little late. We're excited to be kind of a new development for our community. The building that we purchased has been empty and kind of derelict for a number of years now. It was previously the medical center, I think closed about 8 years ago. So we're excited to be kind of a breath of fresh air and a reface of that property. We've reached out to several of our neighbors around us and across the street, and the excitement that we have seems to be shared by our community. So that's really a positive feeling for us, especially in the time that we're in and needing the rebuilding that's going to be taking place over the next few years. We're excited to be a big part of that, not only for people to see the build that we're doing, but as a business that they can come to, know that we're honest people, locals that they can trust in the rebuilding of their own properties. We do interior remodeling and also new construction homes. So there is going to be a shortage of builders and contractors that can be trusted in the area. And I think having a permanent location where people can come, see us, actually meet face to face and pick their materials is going to be really a crucial part of this process. We were previously in Santini Plaza. Our business has actually been around longer than I've been alive, since 1972. Was purchased by my parents back in 2004, and about 3 years ago by my husband and I. So we're excited for this moving forward. We hope that you guys will be on board with it, open to any questions or recommendations you may have.
Do you have any issues with Councilor Veach's proposal for adding a condition for it to not be used as short-term rental?
Not at all. If you take a look at the floor plan, like you mentioned, it's being designed as a single-family home. We do have mother-in-law suites, but they will not have to pay rent.
You say that now.
Yeah. I might put him to work downstairs, though.
Vice Mayor Adderholt, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Test again as a customer of this particular company a while back. They do excellent work, and I think this is a great outcome today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilor Veach?
I would just say that I like the model. I think that's something we're working towards regardless, and that you're doing this on your own fruition is a really good thing, and it becomes a real bedrock for the community, both from your living here and from your having your business here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm in total agreement. I love the concept. I think if we could move forward with more people doing this, it would be even better for our community. So
yeah, absolutely.
Councilor King?
Other than making me feel old with that 1972 remark, nothing.
You may have bought a couch from the previous owners. They sold a lot of floral couches.
He probably still owns it.
It's possible. I go to people's places and they do still have them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open it up for public comment.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before public comment, I just wanted to make sure that based upon the comments, that there's no existing relationship between any member of the council and the applicant at this point in time, because we did have an LPA member that had an existing relationship, and had to recuse themselves based upon their, the relationships were prior in time and they are no longer exist.
I think that applies to me, John, and that's a fair question, but all of my work, all of their fine work was concluded before Hurricane Ian and paid for, so all good.
All right.
I have not
Thank you.
done any work with them. Anyone else?
Nor have I.
Yet.
All right, public comment. Anyone choose to speak? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. Any further discussion? Is there a motion to approve or deny Resolution 23-21?
I would move to approve Resolution 23-21.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Again, any discussion? Just that I like what you guys have done here, working with staff, thinking outside the box. It's really refreshing to see that. With that, Vice Mayor Adderholt, how do you vote? Councilor Veach?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allers? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. We have a request for a small break. We'll come back at 10:51. All right, everyone, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 10:52. Next on the agenda is public hearing F, Resolution 23-22, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving, denying special exception SEZ 2022-0103 to allow the use of a shared dune walkover and boardwalk at 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard, and approving, denying variance VAR 2022-0104 to allow a 1-foot variance from the maximum width of the structure and providing for an effective date. That will ask for any ex parte communications. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Well, that's an interesting question. I certainly have had conversations with both sides of this issue for almost 3 years now, I think. So I think that's about the best disclosure I could possibly give at this point.
Councilor Veach?
I've had talks with numerous constituents, with Brad Cornell from Audubon, and then numerous other things in the previous iteration of this years ago on council.
Councilor Woodson?
I've seen the property pre and post Ian. I've watched 2 LPA meetings and 1 council meeting on it. I've also talked with Audubon and many constituents.
Councilor King?
I've had emails and discussions regarding this issue with numerous people, but nothing within the last few months.
And I, like Vice Mayor Adderholt, have had many conversations with both sides of the people on this, as well as a site visit with the applicant back a while back, but not since this new application comes in.
And just to be clear, my understanding is that if you've already declared it in a previous hearing, that you don't need to declare it again, right?
That is correct. What you should be disclosing are any ex parte communications with respect to this particular application. Certainly doesn't hurt to disclose that you had prior comments during the prior process, but they don't have necessarily any legal effect, because what's before you is this particular special exception and variance application, and that's what you need to disclose your ex parte communications about.
Thanks, John. Sarah, you can start. Who do you?
Staff, in this particular instance, under your policies and procedures, the applicant goes first.
Okay. Applicant, come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. I have a presentation that I'll distribute to all of you before I begin.
Will you be providing one of these to the town clerk for public records?
I did.
Yeah, you got it? Okay, good.
Yep. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Seth Bain. I'm an attorney and certified land planner with Lewis, Longman, and Walker. The attorneys on this matter here representing Squeeze Me In and Texas Hold'em LLC, Kurt Cromer and Eddie Rude. It's been a long time since I've been before this board. I did appear once before on this matter many years ago. I do want to say it's humbling to drive through the city and see what the city has endured, and also kind of inspiring to see how quickly and how strongly you've been coming back. I grew up in Clewiston out in the Glades, so my childhood was spent on Fort Myers Beach begging for money to go to the A&W root beer stand that was at the base of the pier back when I was a kid. So this place is special to me, and I look forward to seeing it come back stronger than ever, and I know it will. I'm here today to talk about this dune walkover request at 8150 and 8170. And so in a few minutes, I'm going to put on my planning hat and walk through all the dimensional standards, and then I'll put on my attorney hat and talk about the legal requirements and how we've met those. But I want to start this discussion today back out at the 30,000 foot level, right? Because this whole thing, even though it's gone for a while, really boils down to one thing. It boils down to a couple of your residents here in this town wanting to take advantage of the reason why you live here, the beach. The reason people come to Fort Myers Beach is to have that opportunity. And so these homeowners have owned this home since 2012, and there was a little shared beach walkover that they all used at the time when they had purchased their home. And it happened to run through a neighbor's backyard. And after a few years, that neighbor decided that he wanted to fence that off, that there was too much public access, and that was his prerogative. It wasn't terribly neighborly, but nevertheless, that was the decision he made. But this had a very real impact to Kurt and Eddie. You know, there's a big difference between a home with a view of the beach and a beachfront home. And the prices on either side of that road will bear that fact out. So they looked at it and said, you know, what's the solution here? Is there an answer to this? The very second page, and I apologize, there are page numbers in this that I'm going to refer to, and they are tiny. I don't know why PowerPoint inserted the smallest numbers I've ever seen, but we'll kind of go along in order. But this second page shows you a recent image.
Just a second, just so people know where it's at. It's on the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's on the bottom right-hand corner in green, and microscopic. So this second page is an aerial showing the location of Kurt and Eddie's home on this dune system, and what that dune system looks like today, in fact. This is a recent photo from this year, post-hurricane. And looking at this, I do work, our firm does work all around the state of Florida. We are the firm of land, water, government. This is what we do. And in all of my work around the state, this is only the second instance I've seen a beach configuration of this sort of situation where a permanent water feature was enclosed by an accreting beach. It doesn't happen often, it's rare. It's rare in this area, and it's unusual certainly within the town. And I worked on a case near Hillsborough Inlet that had a similar sort of water feature. It's unusual to have somebody on the beach that is then thwarted from their ability to access the beach by a lagoon enclosure like this. So Kurt and Eddie, who know each other, now quite well, have become fast friends, but knew each other as merely neighbors at this location, were looking at it and wondering if there was a common sense solution to this. And it seemed like there was. It seemed like some form of a dune walkover, the sort you see in these types of environments all the time, was a meaningful opportunity to get to the beach, that they could share that access and reestablish their ability to utilize this beachfront. So they began that process. They looked at the codes, they hired an engineer, and they looked to see whether they could do it or not. And from the outset, the town had some concerns. The town of Fort Myers Beach has always been known and does continue to do a job of wanting to understand that there's a balance between human use and environmental concerns, and it's written through your comprehensive plan, it's in your code, and that's a legitimate concern, and it was since day one. You want to do this Dune Beach walkover, we want to look at that. We want to understand what the environmental implications are. So great. We had our environmental scientists look at it. We began the environmental permitting process. We talked to the state. There was some back and forth on that. But once we got to the point where the state was like, environmental reviewer said, hey, great, there's a permit to be issued here. The town and the Audubon said, we're still not satisfied. We want this permit to have a harder look. And so it did. We went to a Division of Administrative hearing that lasted a week, in which the environmental experts from both sides came and presented all the facts in the situation, exhaustively. I participated in that hearing. And we got through it. And at the end of the day, the outcome, and the reason why that outcome is included in the submittal package to you, was, hey, not only does this not create a negative environmental impact, there's a benefit to it. There is a reason why you ask for a dune walkover when you have a dune system, because of the ways in which it protects the vegetation. It protects the dune structure. It channels your people walking on it. And those determinations were made. That fact finding was done and it was completed. During that process, you can flip to the second page. During that process, or the third page, I'm sorry, number 3, one of the first things that came out was the fact that there is this critical wildlife area on your beach. And so right from the outset, a question was brought to us. Hey, can you relocate this boardwalk so that it does not cross the boundary of that CWA? And in a move that is consistent with the attitude that Kurt and Eddie have had on this process from day one, which was to be as reasonable and as flexible as possible, they immediately said yes, absolutely. Get the surveyors back out there, get the engineers back on site. The initial plan was just trying to figure out how to cross the least water, get the most direct access, but let's look at it again. Let's have the exact boundary of the wildlife area staked out, and then let's make sure we're outside of it. And they did that. And so this page shows that the green line was the original plan, and then the brown line shows where it was done. The next question that came up was handrails. There was a concern raised by some of the parties that were concerned about environmental. Handrails can act as a perch for a predatory bird. They shouldn't be there. What did Kurt and Eddie immediately say? Hey guys, can we take the handrails off? Yeah, we can do that. You can remove the handrails. That way the entire deck is below the vegetation that's out there. So it's lower than anything that would be a natural perch for a bird out there, for a predatory bird. No problem. Hey, the height's too high. It looks like it's 3.5 feet. It should be lower. Okay, what's the code requirement in the town? It's 2 or 3 feet. Kurt and Eddie, absolutely. Let's make it 2.5 feet above grade. That's what is said to be the optimum location. Not a problem. The initial plan that came in was 6 feet wide. There was a concern about that. They said 6 is too wide. We want it to be 5 feet wide. Again, Kurt and Eddie, not a problem. You'll see we have a variance before you today. Just like there was earlier today, a conversation about whether a variance was strictly necessary or not. This is one of those situations again. Your code says 4 feet for single family homes. Otherwise, you can go up to 6 feet. We are at least 2 and hopefully more single family homes. So it's actually a multi-family group that's using this boardwalk. And obviously this intent is if there's more than one party, you could go up to 6 feet. But we are a group of single family homes, which the code reads 4 feet. So we're asking for 5 as a compromise for a few different reasons that we'll get into that. But again, as low key, as low scale, as unobtrusive as possible, and a benefit to the environment. It's not my opinion that it was a benefit to the environment. The fact finders in that case reviewed all of the data and came to the scientific conclusion that this is a benefit to the environment. So you're going to hear some discussion about that. And so we're also going to look at your comprehensive plan, which encourages it. We're going to look at your dimensional standards, which encourages it. But what this comes down to, again, is the residents. I'm going to ask Kurt and Eddie to come up and just briefly make a few comments about why they've stuck it out this long and why this is important to them. But you've heard it during general public comment today. There's a request for more access to the beach. Of course there is, because that's what we're here for. That's what this community is here for. We have a group of homes now. Certainly Kurt and Eddie want this walkover. Part of the LPA that we'll talk about has asked there to be a larger group that has the opportunity to access this boardwalk, and we're going to provide that. So here we are. In fact, let me go ahead and raise that right now while we're talking about the LPA. The LPA did approve both of these requests before you today, just as they did when the prior request was here several years ago. They did ask that there's this grand old man subdivision which consists of 9 homes. Several of those homes are in fact right behind the CWA boundary. In fact, you can kind of see it on the aerial. I've got another slide we'll look at that shows exactly the extent of these homes. But 5 of these homes, they could never put a boardwalk up if they wanted to, because they would in fact have to tromp through the CWA. But what we've been asked to offer them is the opportunity to skirt that boundary and utilize this boardwalk, again, further protecting that critical wildlife area that we all, of course, want to help protect. So the answer to that is yes. There was also some concern, as was raised, to make sure that we had supplemented our application. The initial application came in. There's a mountain of materials we've submitted to this town, but wrongly, on our fault, every application is just a package of materials that travels with itself. We got the request for that right before the LPA. We scrambled a little bit. Ms. Petrick presented all the materials. This past week, we did get the assembly of that material together and get it over to your town. Most of that material is also going to be in my presentation, but we did get that and provided most of the concerns that were raised were just making sure that we met the sufficiency. The plans hadn't changed since that DOA hearing in 2018, 2019. So to say that they weren't sure whether we met the standard or not, nothing has changed. The project that we've been studying ad nauseum was still there. Nevertheless, it was our fault to make sure that package was complete, and it has been completed and has been provided to staff. The other thing they asked for was to make sure we had, everyone knows we had all our environmental permits because we had a hearing on it in which the judge insisted they be issued. Nevertheless, we made sure we had a copy of all the environmental permits were submitted to the town and are now in your files. So with that said, I'm going to ask Kurt and Eddie to just come up and make a few quick points so they can share with you why they're still here and why they want to be part of the community.
Hello. My name is Kurt Kramer. I'm the managing member of Squeeze Me In. First, I do want to say thank you for the council's new educational and transparency that I'm seeing on the social media. Mondays with Mayor and Jim Adderholt's interviews with the employees has just really been beneficial to me, not being here all the time. I want to start out with ordinance, Fort Myers Beach ordinance that was in act back when I started this project in 2015. And it's section 34, section 6, 365, location of construction near beaches. And under the 1A, it says perpendicular dune walkovers permitted by right in accordance with 10.4.15. And that ordinance was built into your ordinances from the beginning, from 1995 until whatever it was, 2020. And so the question really comes, why would that originally be put into your ordinance? That dune walkovers are permitted by right. And it goes back into a Florida state statute, which is 253-141, and it basically gives you the right, a landowner who has beachfront access, it gives you the right to access navigable water, go into and come from, ingress and egress. And those two sentences are the reason I've been here for 5 years, because I bought what I felt I bought was beachfront property, and I should have the right to the navigable water, which is the Gulf of Mexico, and everything else that's around that and that we've weaved into it and the opinions that go along with that, I understand, but it still feels like I bought beachfront property and I want to be able to access the beach. And so I've used those two statutes, I guess, as my flag to go forward. I've got about 5 years of comments I'd like to say, and it could take about an hour and a half, but I'm gonna really wind it down into that topic, and then the second. The first time that we came here, we had a split council vote, 2-2, and the last vote had standing behind it a 7-0 LPA vote. And the LPA was set up by Fort Myers Beach to give the recommendations to the council. And each of those council members at the time were either invited or actually came to Eddie Root's house, sat down for an hour, went through the to understand what the project involved and what it entailed, and was given the information that we had to make a recommendation to the council. And that recommendation was approved 7-0. At the final council meeting, this application was rejected, and as far as I know, it was rejected because it wasn't open to public use. And that was not a requirement of the special exception that I knew at that time. So here we are today, kind of in the same situation. We bring to you a recommendation from the LPA 6-1. And we invited the same members and the members who hadn't been on the LPA before back to the house. Eddie sat down with them for an hour, hour and a half, explaining the process and giving them the information and the judge's order from all the environmental aspects to show that, you know, this is a good project. It's a very good project. So the last thing I really want to say is I ask you to respect and understand the time that the LPA put into making this recommendation to the council. And we believe it's the right recommendation, and I ask you to approve our special exception today. Thank you.
Good morning, councilors. Believe it or not, I'm going to keep this pretty short. I know that's hard to believe.
All right, so you got to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie Root, 8150 Estero Boulevard. There's a couple of points. I kind of want to expound a little bit on what Kurt just said. There have been rumors all along, ever since the beginning, opinions, that we are trying to achieve a goal that was something that we never had to begin with. And I'd like to clarify that since I'm on the record. When Kurt and I purchased our homes, we definitely had dry, legal beach access. There's no question. It's the mean high water line was at the rear of our platted property that you have a diagram of in this presentation. Along with the mean high water line, there is state and federal law that allows pedestrian traffic within a certain area of the mean high water line. And so it was perfectly legal to traverse back and forth at the rear of those properties. In 2014, towards the end of 2014, the state of Florida recognized the fact that those ponds were not tidal and they were not connected to the Gulf of Mexico. And they had surveyors come out and resurvey the mean high water line and put it out on the shoreline. At that time, 2 houses down from Kurt to the south, Richard Taylor put up a fence and a no trespassing sign. He knew the law. He knew the mean high water line had changed. He knew he didn't have to allow anyone through his yard anymore. And that was his right. He had the right to do that. And I talked to him. I tried to allow him to, I was going to put up a gate with a keypad, and I tried to convince him that just the neighborhood right there would use it, and he wasn't going to have any part of it. He didn't want anyone in his yard. And that's his prerogative. The other part, besides the access, and that clears that up. You're going to hear a lot of opposing comments today, and they are just that. I ask you to realize that they are opinions. We did go to a week-long hearing, and these same opinions were presented in a court of law, and they were all stricken down. And we had factual findings. We had information that was in that final order that struck down all of the opinions. Our presentation, the material in that hearing, were all based on factual information, not things that Kurt and I say. We had studies done by professional people, third-party professionals, that was presented at this hearing that Kurt and I had nothing to do with. There was testimony by professionals, third-party professionals, that we had no influence on, none whatsoever. And so the information that's going to be presented to you, that you're looking at today, can be backed up by 100% of facts, period. No opinion, no, we think this or we think that or, none of that stuff. And I'm asking you to consider the factual information and base a decision on, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Your decision should be based solely on the facts that are presented to you. And that's what you should make a decision on. Not on, I just don't like it. Well, unfortunately, there's nothing in your comprehensive plan that says you can disregard it if you just don't like it. We've all made decisions in our lives that we didn't actually care for the decision, but we knew it was the right thing to do, And the ordinance that Kurt mentioned earlier, where the walkovers were due by right, that was in the ordinances from 1995. Dan Hughes helped write those ordinances. And those ordinances stood for 15 years. Nobody bothered with it until Kurt and I came along. A walkover was not considered a minor structure, and it didn't require a special exception. It was a other structure. And so when we won the hearing in 2019, the town attorney was instructed by the past town manager and the past community development director to change the code before we could apply for the permit. And the code was changed and dune walkovers were added into the other structure category. The minor structure category, which then forced us into a situation where we had to file for a special exception. We didn't have a choice. And the whole process stinks. The whole thing stinks from the very beginning. And yeah, I'm a little upset. I've been a little upset. It's been a long time. We've put up with this. We've been through it. We keep coming. We keep coming. We keep coming. And all we're trying to do, all we want to do is enjoy our homes the way that they were intended to be enjoyed. That's all. That's it. That's all I've got. Thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate it.
Appreciate that, giving them the opportunity that I'm going to go through the facts, but it's always, I think, helpful to hear from the homeowners and hear the passion that's driving this, because they are the members of your community, and they're the ones that have been invested in this. So with that said, if you turn to the presentation I've handed out, we'll go through some of this. So page 4, this is the special exception that we're asking for. So we'll begin through with a few just planning details. I have the future land use map and zoning map. The future land use is low density residential with recreation out on the beach. What's interesting about these old maps is they show the fact that they were made prior to the accretion that welded that lagoon in front of these homes. And you see, especially on page 6, the zoning map, how these lots were once much closer to the mean high water line, as Eddie referred to. Page 7 again shows that CWA boundary. Again, just reemphasizing the fact that the green line initially went through the boundary, and then at the request of the permitting agencies, we had that boundary staked out and the design remade so that we would avoid it entirely. Page 8 was the Dune walkover design plans. This are the plans that we just resubmitted back to the town to make sure you had them. It shows all the things that I just alluded to. In the middle of the top, when I realize these numbers are really small, but it shows that the deck is at 2.5 feet above the top of the dune at all times. At the ALJ hearing, it was noted that most of the vegetation in this area is higher than that, so this dune will be below the common, a lot of the vegetation that's out there when it's at maturity. The deck is 5 feet wide. It's on wood pilings that are not encased in concrete. Permit requires us to encase those so that there's no leaching of any chemicals into the ground. Page 9, titled Survey Recertification. Another one of the requests we got was to just make sure that the hurricane impacts hadn't created or shifted anything that would mandate the redesign of the plans. So our surveyor had his team go out there and take the survey and flag and stake all the land that was there to make sure that the design location was in fact still the same. So that little letter on the left-hand side was him saying, and that's just from February of 23, that his team had in fact gone out there, and that survey still stands, and those design plans remain as is, that nothing had changed within the dune to mandate that modification. And then the next page kind of shows that by a couple of visuals. There's a 2018 and 2023 aerial that show that the lagoon configuration and that spit kind of remain the same. It looks like there's a little sand that's pushed up on that one thumb where the boardwalk will land. There's an important point about that construction as well. There was a question that said, hey, it's not exactly clear where the walkover stops. And there's a reason for that, because the environmental permits for this project require that before you begin construction, you meet on site with one of the DEP staff, and they tell you exactly where to make it land to make sure that it's minimizing any impact to the existing vegetation, to make sure it's not interfering with the public right-of-way that's walking along the beachfront area or not otherwise impeding it. And as part of the design, I didn't mention this, we converted it to ramps. So the earliest design had steps up onto the boardwalk, and now it's ramped at both ends. And there's a couple reasons for that. One of those is for some of the mobility challenges that one of the applicants currently has, and also because it just creates less of a, it's one more way of mitigating the environmental impacts. The steps are known to have a greater uplift potential. The next page, which I can't even see the number on that one, it's 11, is the beach restoration analysis. Again, this just goes back to pointing out this was a recent study done by the town on the work that's being done out there. And it shows that at our site, there's no emergency restoration required, that the damage to the beach did not occur at our site. So that brings me to page 12. This is the special exception criteria. There was some testimony made at the LPA that while this environmental hearing had been done, that environmental hearing was just looking at the environmental requirements and not your specific special exception requirements. And to a certain extent, that's true. You have a requirement to help protect the environmental areas of your town as one of these criteria. And that's what that hearing spoke to, because that was the effort the town went to make sure that the permits and the dune walkover wasn't creating an environmental impact, and that determination was concluded that it wasn't. But let's walk through some of these other ones. Number 13, change conditions. Again, as we saw from that zoning map, the change conditions are extraordinary here. This was a property that at one point had, 100 feet of beach in front of it and then the ocean, and now there's a dune system that has here is welded an arm of sand onto the beach, enclosed this lagoon, et cetera, creating a unique situation, certainly a change circumstance here, that the shoreline has been accreting, and that this dune walkover is necessary and useful in protecting that dune system while allowing the beach access for your residents. There's the next page on 14, changed conditions kind of shows between 2003 and 2017 the kind of extraordinary transformation that's taken place on your beach in that area. Next item, change conditions on page 15. This is what Eddie was alluding to. Early on, there was a beach access traveling to the east over what was the previous mean high water line that the neighbors subsequently closed in 2015, also sort of then eliminating his accessibility. And then page 16, there was some, we want to talk about briefly that there's an accessibility issue, and part of that is part of the design, and part of it will speak to the variance as well. Eddie has continued to has some increasing mobility issues. That's something that he'll be challenged with the rest of his life. He has to use already some assistive devices at times and will in the future. So there's a certain level of, whatever that route needs to be, having a boardwalk type structure for this dune walkover enables him to access the beach and be able to access it. So that's a change condition for him that leads to part of the reason why they're asking for this and the opportunity so that Eddie can continue to enjoy this beautiful beachfront. Turning to page, appears to be 17, consistency with the comprehensive plan. There was a little testimony on this item before at your comp plan, at your LPA hearing. This one's pretty unambiguous though. Your comprehensive plan encourages dune walkovers. It talks about, in the middle one here, coastal element 5D1 little 2, specifically says dune walkovers should be constructed where they do not exist, and existing structures should be maintained. Your comp plan has always recognized the fact that this is a beneficial way to protect your dune walkovers. Your public beach has several walkover structures in place to address this fact, in recognition that the town has always known that it's the appropriate way to do it. So there's nothing in your comprehensive plan. There was some question of, is this really consistent? Well, the answer is yes, it's consistent with your comprehensive plan. What consistency means is, does the comprehensive plan say it's impossible, you're not allowed to do it? No, it encourages it. There's nothing that contradicts it. That's what consistency with your comprehensive plan means. So then we move on to the sort of code performance and locational standards. This is just your standard run-of-the-mill zoning type stuff. What are the dimensions that are allowed? So the definition says your dune walkovers deflect less than 30 degrees. The plans reflect that it does in fact deflect less than 30 degrees. There is a slight turn in order to cross that one lagoon and land on that thumb of sand, but that design does not deflect more than 30 degrees. Are the posts embedded in a way that meets your code requirement? Yes. Your code requires the dune walkover be elevated between 2 and 3 feet. Is it? Yes. That's actually perfect for us because when we eliminated the handrails, you don't want that walkover to be so high that it creates any sort of concern. So it is that meets that requirement. Will it be constructed in a manner that minimizes short-term disturbance of the dune system? The answer is yes. That's the exact requirements that DEP puts in place when it permits it. Cannot be constructed during sea turtle nesting season. We recognize that. Will not be attached to any other structure. As you saw from the plans, this is a freestanding item that begins beyond their backyard. It's a single walkover extending to the beach. Flipping to page 19, additional standards. The marine structures described in this article may be permitted only within riparian extensions of property lines. There was some question about those property lines and in the survey what that looks like. But our owners own to their platted property lines. There are lines in the survey that extend from that. Those are their riparian lines showing that the structure exists within the riparian boundaries of these two residents. And is it 100 feet from the nearest existing walkover in a location where pedestrians need to cross dune vegetation, which serves to protect the vegetation? And this one I particularly like, because if you go to the next page, you'll see on page 20 what it is that the LPA required and what it is we're offering. There are 9 homes within the Grand Old Man subdivision. That is a 700-foot stretch. So under your 150-foot code separation requirement, there could be 4 dune walkovers here. There could be 5. We're proposing 1, and we're proposing making that dune walker available to those 9 homes. So and as we looked at the one page, there are several of those homes that are behind the CWA. So this brings all of those homes to a single walkover within a 700-foot span, not 150-foot, the minimum that your code allows. Moving on to page 21, it requires the protection of natural resources. And here's where I will refer back to the FDEP findings here, right? Because this was an extensive amount of effort that was put in by your town, by the experts, by us. And these were the rulings in that the dune walkover will serve to minimize foot traffic, and that the walkover will have a beneficial effect on the native vegetation in the immediate area. Because people walking randomly anywhere they want means that all the vegetation's attacked. This dune walkover means that the walking is occurring in one spot on a walkover that's slatted so that light can penetrate, so that the vegetation in the area is not impacted, and there's not people walking or dragging their coolers and whatnot through the vegetation. Next, page 22. The ALJ concluded that looking at the preponderance of the competent, substantial, and pervasive evidence, said that there will be no adverse impacts to the functions of any species of concern provided by the lagoon and associated wetlands. And shorebirds, whether or not they are protected species, will not be impacted by the project. It's not an opinion, that's the ruling by the judge based on the findings that were before him. As set forth on page 23, the dune walkover will not adversely affect the conservation of fish and wildlife, including endangered or threatened species or their habitats. Page 24, compatible with surrounding uses and no hazards, compliance with general code standards. The DEP found that the dune walkover would not itself create a significant adverse impact if subjected to the destructive forces of a major storm. These projects are made to be fungible, they're made to wash away. Will there be some nominal amount of debris? Yes, that's possible, but no indication that it would create projectiles, no indication that it would create hazardous situations to the surrounding neighborhoods. So moving on to page 25, this is the DEP guidance. I show this here because it was referenced in the guide. The DEP encourages these sorts of things when you've got a beach structure like this. And so this statement here, in its final configuration, the proposed dune walkover is fully compliant with, though substantially smaller and less intrusive than the generally acceptable siting, design, and elevation provisions set forth in the DEP beach and dune walkover guidance. Again, not only is it a good idea, but as I talked about, they've been flexible from the day one. How can we reduce the impacts to the point where there's virtually no negative impacts on the surrounding environment, visually no impact, and try to make it as permissive as possible. Page 26 is the recent dune management plan. As you know, the town's undertaking some extraordinary efforts on the beach. With that, there's been some materials that have been circulated to the town to look at easement opportunities, how some property rights issues being questioned. I don't know all the details of that, but I do know that as part of that, a copy of this was provided to the residents along the beach, which included this policy 5D1 from your comprehensive plan. Dune walkovers should be constructed where they do not exist, and existing structures should be maintained. Page 27, Lynn Hall Memorial Dune Walkover Improvement Project. This is something the town not only encourages, but utilizes itself. So then we'll go briefly through the variance application standards. Page 28 is my start of that. On page 29, this is the request. So, as I said, I've copied the exact language of the code here. Walkovers cannot exceed 4 feet in width when serving single-family homes or 6 feet in width otherwise. Alternative widths require a variance. Obviously, the intent there is if you're doing a single home, 4 feet's all they need. We're doing 2 and potentially 9 single-family homes. So in essence, it's a walkover for a subdivision. So is 6 permissible? Well, it's admittedly ambiguous enough that, this is single-family homes. It's just up to 9 of them. But this is the request. Because at the very least, it's going to be 2 families and hopefully 9. And that means the reason your code allows a larger width is now you've got the possibility of parties going both ways, of somebody coming and going. So the 5 feet made sense. We've eliminated the handrails. So that also immediately suggested that a little extra width for people, for a boardwalk that has no handrails, the 5 foot makes all the sense in the world. And then as I mentioned, Eddie has struggles with some his mobility issues that he has, currently uses a cane at times, and is something he's going to struggle with, and his ability to get on the boardwalk, to be able to turn around, to be able to pass somebody that's coming from the other direction, suggests that the 5 foot's appropriate, and that's why we're asking for that variance today. It's a compromise. The original plan of DEP had 6 foot. 5 foot was, we agreed, is permissive, is sufficient for Eddie's needs, sufficient for the use, and again, in light of the fact it's being used by multiple families, we think makes sense. So I'll go through the variance standards briefly. I know this is going long. Page 30 is just a recitation of your standards. Page 31, exceptional conditions or circumstances. So there's several here, right? As we saw, this dune lagoon system is unique in your town, and in my experience, relatively unique in the state. The fact that we border right on the CWA so that there's an opportunity for several homes to utilize this and stay out of that CWA is important. The applicant's mobility concerns are an issue, so the fact that he needs a little additional space and the fact that we've agreed to reduce the handrails are all changed circumstances. Page 32, variance not a request of the applicant's actions. His mobility concerns obviously were not a result of his action. Wouldn't wish that on anyone. The handrails elimination was in response to a DEP environmental permitting request to take those handrails out based on their concerns and those of others. So we've eliminated those handrails, and not of our own accord. And the fact that the town has asked multiple parties to use this, to make it available to multiple uses, was a request of the LPA and the town. Page 33, the minimum variance required. As I indicated, this was 6 foot. Your code seems to indicate 6 foot's permissible. In our effort to make it as feasible as possible, but also supply Eddie's demands, we've agreed to 5 feet. and that is the minimum that we believe is reasonable and that will make it accessible to multiple parties and to Eddie. Page 34 will not be injurious to the neighborhood. Again, I can't imagine anybody who's been more, has made more efforts to make sure that there's as little impact as possible. And obviously to the immediate neighbors, it could be a huge benefit since we are in fact opening it up to those homes in the Grand Old Man subdivision. And then 35 does not warrant general regulation. I think that's the case here. We think your code is appropriate. It seems a little confusing what, multiple single-family homes versus single-family homes. Maybe a clarity there, but this is a unique situation, and we think the code does not need your reply. So, thank goodness, conclusion. After a long study, after an enormous amount of scrutiny, the conclusion here is we have created a boardwalk that does what your comprehensive plan suggests it should, that does what your code requires of it to be, that protects the environment in ways that the current use of the beach does not do by limiting foot traffic through there. Your code and comp plan encourages it. We've done everything we could design-wise to make sure that the impacts are as low as possible. So we would respectfully request you approve this special exception, the variance. I'd be more than happy to address any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions for the counselor? Guess we don't have any at this time, but doesn't mean there won't be some.
Love the opportunity to come back.
Thank you. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Applicants Texas Hold'em and Squeeze Me In, owners of 8150 and 8170 Estero Boulevard, are requesting a special exception to allow a shared dune walkover in the environmentally critical zoning district and a variance to allow the dune walkover to be 5 feet wide. The code limits dune walkovers to 4 feet when serving single-family homes. The proposed dune walkover would be located between two properties. It would extend across the lagoon behind the homes and land in the critical wildlife area. Staff reviewed the special exception request per section 3488 of the Land Development Code and found that it does not meet the requirements. There do not appear to be changed or changing conditions which would make the request appropriate. While the beach and shore conditions are dynamic and constantly changing, this would likely be a reason to not allow a structure to be located where accretion and erosion are common. The residences adjacent to the beach and the location of the critical wildlife area have been relatively consistent over the previous decade. The request may or may not meet the performance and locational standards. The applicant submitted plans for the boardwalk along with a variety of documents on Thursday afternoon, and staff has not had the opportunity to review those documents completely. The request does not protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. A dune walkover is intended to protect dune plants where pedestrians traverse and bring the user to an open beach. This proposed dune walkover creates a pathway over a lagoon to a critical wildlife area where pedestrians don't currently traverse, rather than to the open beach. A survey provided by the applicant on Thursday indicates seagrass and dunes located between where the walkover lands and the beach shore. It is unlikely that the request will be compatible with the existing uses, which is a critical wildlife habitat for shorebirds. Humans often cause adverse impacts on natural ecosystems, and providing a direct pathway from the residences to an area known to be a prolific shorebird nesting and foraging area may have a negative impact on wildlife. Staff is unable to determine whether requested use will be compliant with the applicable provisions and supplemental regulations of the LDC. The applicant did provide plans and several documents identifying the approved DEP lease area. However, staff has not had adequate time to review all of the documents submitted last week. Our staff reviewed the variance request for a 5-foot wide dune walkover per section 34-87 of the Land Development Code and found that it does not meet the requirements. There are no exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances that would require a wider walkover. The conditions justifying the variance are the result of the actions of the applicant. the variance granted is not the minimum necessary to relieve the applicant of an unreasonable burden. The variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood or detrimental to the public welfare, however. The variance is not so general a nature to make amending the ordinance reasonable. The requests do not meet the criteria defined in the ordinance for granting of a special exception or granting of a variance. Therefore, staff recommends denial. At the LPA hearing on February 14th, the LPA recommended approval with 3 conditions. 1, that they engage the neighborhood for cross-access easements to provide access to the structure. 2, that the applicant is to report to town council what the legal structure of that access or agreement will be. And 3, supplement documentation that was discussed with the LPA, including all environmental permits and leases with the state, plans for the boardwalk, items presented for criteria compliance that were addressed verbally be submitted in writing to supplement the records. It does appear that they submitted all of those items, but as I said previously, staff did not have time to do the complete review of those documents. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? Councilor Veach, you look like you're leaning in.
Well, just, you mentioned a couple times documents that really didn't come in a timely fashion for this application. How much time do you need to review the documents that have been presented?
I would probably need an additional week. They were arrived Thursday afternoon and Friday morning. My Friday was too busy. I did do work this weekend, but wasn't able to do everything.
So they arrived after the packet was created?
Yes.
Thanks.
Councilor King, any questions? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing at this time.
I don't have anything at this time, but we may have you come back up, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Wendy Heron.
I can't believe we're going through this again.
Hey, Wendy,
see-
please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Wendy Heron. Yeah, I can't believe we're going through this again. It seems like we just keeps happening. And someone said to me, we've spent enough money on this issue. Well, yes, we have. The owner is banking on your acquiescence due to this very factor. A decision was reached already. Why are we beating a dead horse? Is this a Texas thing? The CWA was in existence when Mr. Rude bought his property. This proposed walkover is only for the benefit of Mr. Rude and obviously a few neighbors. It's not open to the public. If you allow this, you're setting a precedent that others will do walkovers, and we will start to look like Coney Island. I believe the Audubon Society has already addressed how detrimental this will be to the nesting birds. So I implore you not to be browbeaten by the audacity of Mr. Rude. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Cindy Johnson, followed by Cindy will be Steve Johnson.
Good morning, Cindy Johnson, resident Fort Myers Beach. I listened to everything the applicant's lawyer had to say, and I do want to point out this is not a dune walkover, and we all know it. What goes on at Lynn Hall Park is a dune walkover. What is at our beach accesses is a dune walkover. This is a large boardwalk over water and extends for a long distance. Now, often people cite Corkscrew Swamp as an example of protecting the birds and the environment, but no one ever mentions that when the protected nesting storks at Corkscrew Swamp are present, that part of the boardwalk is not accessible to the people at Corkscrew Swamp. They're not able to go on the boardwalk where the nesting storks are. So would the council, if they approve such a boardwalk, would the council close the boardwalk during shorebird nesting season, because these birds are also protected? I think that's a valid point, that this should be closed if you do approve it. But this is not a walkover. It is a boardwalk. The birds in that area have, no one has, and hopefully Audubon will explain, a lot of things have changed in that area. It has been a stressful environment since the DEP has approved this permit. And local testimony is very important to know what's going on our beach at all times. It is for the turtles and it is for the birds. We've had red tide, we've had sepsis, we have another red tide right now, and the FWC has instituted, starting this September, further protections of the birds. Do you know that there are only 412 snowy plover birds that were documented in 2022 in the whole state of Florida, adults? And there are only 917 Wilson plover adults documented in the whole state of Florida. We on Fort Myers Beach have this opportunity to protect these birds. They can't do it on Lover's Key because this is where the birds are, this is where they nest, and they have far too many people coming there. They can't do it on Sanibel because this is where the concentration of the birds like to nest. This is our opportunity to provide a special thing for our town, and it's only one spot on our island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cindy.
Steve Johnson. After Steve will be Brad Cornell.
Good morning, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council folks, Council, and Town Manager Keith Wilkins, and Amy. My name's Steve Johnson. I reside at 311 Seminole Way. I've come today to provide public comment on the resolution before you to allow a variance and special exemption to build a 300-foot, 1,500 square foot minor structure through our environmentally critical zone. The environmentally critical zone is not the same as the critical wildlife area known as the CWA. The CWA is a state-owned site on the south end of the island. The EC zone runs the entire length of the beach and represents a natural buffer to prevent structural development from encroaching onto our priceless beach. Allowing a 300-foot long structure through this buffer is blatantly wrong at face value. No one wants to view an unattractive bridge crossing a pristine wildlife area while they are relaxing on the beach, on a condo balcony, or on the luxury of the deck of their home. It's the proverbial line in the sand, really. This is not about being a parent and settling an argument between my children, which is how an LPA member summed up the situation. The basis of the decision-making should not be a popularity contest. Instead, it's incumbent on the town council to determine if this case is compliant with our land development code and comprehensive plan. As you may have noticed, the term boardwalk and Dune walkover interchanged based on the argument of the attorney. Our comp plan covers Dune walkovers, really not boardwalks. As stated in staff's report, a similar application for the same use at the same properties was considered by the town council in 2019. During that review, staff recommended denial based on application materials presented. The town council determined that the proposed use and structures were not consistent with the town's land development code and comprehensive plan. The town council's decision actually trumps the state DEP permitting ability in this case. We forever hear town council complaining about the state preempting their authority. Well, this is an opportunity where home rule authority can and needs to be applied. If you vote favorably on this resolution, then it is your responsibility to fully explain exactly how this case is consistent with the town's land development code and comprehensive plan. That is your responsibility to our community as an elected leader. Otherwise, your favorable vote is potentially nothing more than a personal opinion or possibly worse, just another political favor. Conservation of our natural resources, our beach, water quality, view corridors, and open space is much more than a tree hugger's dream. It's a long-term financial priority for this community and landowners of the beach. The Fort Myers Beach feel-good and relaxed brand is what attracted everyone here in the first place. The arguments against approval are overwhelming. If approved, this will mark another case of increased encroachment. Unfortunately, provides our community a very ominous view of this town's plan to overlook our land development code regarding future development density and intensity right as a rebuilding of our island is occurring. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Steve.
Brad Cornell, and following Brad will be Rochelle Strecker.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm Brad Cornell. I'm the Southwest Florida Policy Associate for Audubon, Florida. Audubon, Florida has for over 12 years been collaborating on protecting, researching, and monitoring imperiled coastal birds with the town, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and area Audubon chapters, and dozens of trained volunteers and staff. This continues to take place adjacent to and within a few feet of this proposed dune walkover structure, as well as within and near the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. Audubon, Florida has over 112 current members residing within the town of Fort Myers Beach and over 103,000 members statewide. The Lee Shorebird Stewardship Program had 67 trained volunteers last season, led by 3 staff, and they were all working at and near the site of the proposed structure. These nesting colonies for least terns, black skimmers, snowy plovers, and Wilson's plovers are among the most important in Florida. Audubon, Florida and its partners have invested significant funds in excess of $100,000 and organizational resources in this Lee Shorebird Stewardship Program. That program's success would be threatened by the introduction of this structure as a result of any approval of the proposed special exception under Section 34-88 of your Land Development Code. Because our scientists have determined that the approval of this project would compromise our research and conservation efforts and investment in protecting these imperiled wildlife species and their habitat, and because the town staff report, the FFWCC, and our biologists have determined that the development would have a substantial adverse impact on this habitat and listed species, we have been advised that we need to consider a legal challenge to the approval if that is what the town votes to do. Based on the impacts to our interests, we ask to be recognized as a party, not just a member of the general public, to this quasi-judicial proceeding so that we may make a meaningful presentation of our own and question witnesses for the applicant and the town. Thank you for that consideration.
Thanks, Brad.
Rochelle Strecker. Following Rochelle will be Larry Denherder.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Strecker. I'm the Southwest Florida Shorebird Manager for Audubon, Florida, so I cover Collier, Lee, and Charlotte counties. And I work here on the beach, here at Fort Myers Beach in the Little Estero CWA and the surrounding private lands. And I'm here to answer questions from Brad, so if Brad could come back up to ask some questions and I can give my expertise.
First big issue for this council to decide here on this particular matter. As I understand the request by Audubon is that they're asking for this council to make a determination that they have party status, as opposed to just simply we're here to make comments for or against this particular project. What that means is they then will have an opportunity consistent with the court decisions on this subject matter, the ability to ask questions and to participate in this quasi-judicial process beyond just the 3 minutes that have otherwise you generally provide to residents and those who wish to comment. There is some case law that out there that suggests that under the circumstances they should be given an opportunity to create a a record setting forth their position, where they would be given the opportunity to ask questions of their experts and to create that record for you all to consider. And I'm sure that the applicant's attorney, is probably going to object for the record. Don't want to speak for him, so.
Just before we go on, John, so what conditions is this typically allowed? Is there a criteria or something that is there a bar that has to be?
The basic concept of any quasi-judicial hearing is that three things need to be observed. One, that procedural due process is provided all the parties, that the town council or the decision-making body follows what's called the applicable law, and last but not least, that they base their decision on competent substantial record that is part of the record that's established during the hearing process. The request of Audubon and the presumptive objection to that request of Audubon goes to the first issue, which is, are all the parties being given adequate due process rights? And there's no specific guide, unfortunately, that I can point you to. But as I said, there is some case law out there that suggests that groups or individuals who the council or the decision-making body makes a determination have party status, that they are then given the opportunity to make a more detailed presentation and answer or ask and have questions answered, much like the applicant. So they would have similar status as the applicant, as opposed just to a member of the public objecting or supporting a particular project.
If I may, so yes, I object to granting party status to Audubon in this instance. They've had the opportunity to be heard on this project and have been heard extensively in the Department of Environmental Protection hearings, of which they were a party to and which they were subject to. With that said, in a suggestion of a compromise here, I certainly, you have the authority to grant them additional time to speak if they have information to present to this body that's relevant to your decision making, or if they have evidence to provide. To the extent that you want to give them the opportunity to provide it, fantastic. The opportunity for them to engage in this sort of back and forth to question witnesses, et cetera, is what I specifically am objecting to. I think if they have information or if their staff has information to provide to you, you're welcome to accept that information. So compromise on that point.
Just one clarification. You said that in the past parts of this, they have been considered a party. They sued to challenge our environmental permit. So they participated as the plaintiffs in those suits before the administrative law judge. They were a named party to those suits and a subject to those outcomes, just as the town is, who is also a party to it.
Point of clarification. The town was a party to that proceeding, but in the administrative order, as well as the final order, which are part of the record, the town was deemed not to have standing, although Audubon was deemed to have standing, and therefore it's as if the town was never a party to those proceedings.
Correct.
Under the law. In the eyes of the court and the eyes of this body, the fact that the town participated in that prior DOA proceeding has no legal effect whatsoever.
That's it. Our environmental permits are in place and effective.
So.
John?
Yes, sir.
Do we, as a town, have a legal requirement to allow them to be able to ask questions?
Well, if you determine that they are going to be given party status, as a general rule, yes. I think that.
Well, I guess let me rephrase it. Do we have a legal obligation to? How did you say it? Now I just slipped my mind.
You grant them party status.
Yes.
That's within your discretion. Unfortunately, as I said before, there's no right or wrong answer. With that said, it would be my suggestion that when it comes to issues of due process, you err on the side of caution because if this is in fact subsequently litigated, one of the issues that the court is going to be looking at is this precise issue. Should Audubon have been given party status, and if their ability to become or be named as a party was improperly denied, it comes back and we all start all over. The way to remedy that and to avoid that outcome is to say, yes, we'll give them that ability to make a presentation, ask questions, and have that party status, and that way that's never going to be an issue before the court.
How can they be improperly denied if the decision is ours?
Because the court will review and determine whether or not you provided procedural due process to all the parties involved. That's the court's function.
And also just make a comment that it seems to me that in the previous cases you were talking about, that the Audubon was included because they filed suit. So if we deny them party status, then their recourse would be to file a lawsuit.
Yes, they would file what is generally called a writ of certiorari, where they ask the court to review whether or not all the parties that were here today were provided essential due process, the right to be heard, which is one of those components, whether or not this council followed what's called the essential requirements of the law, which is, did you follow the right law, not apply the wrong law, and last but not least, if your determination was based upon competent substantial evidence of record.
And just to kind of comment on the way you phrased it, John, that John King, is that the decision, we may be able to make a decision here, but everything can be challenged in court. We are not the final say in anything. We're a small player in this, so it really does make sense to make sure that we've already heard from town that they don't feel like they've had enough time to review the documents that are presented. The more I guess the term would be like careless or casual we are with this, the more likely that we will not have a favorable outcome if we vote in favor of this and get sued.
As our attorney, do you suggest, two questions, do you suggest we allow this, or do you not? And if we do allow it, is there still, are we still able to go forth and come to a decision one way or another today? And let me ask a third question while you're pondering them, the first two. Whether or not we agree as a council to allow their request or not, is there still potential, a possibility, one way or the other, of further litigation?
Based upon their comments, I would be very for the record, based upon the comments by Mr. Cornell, I would be very surprised if there's not additional litigation regarding this matter. And one of the issues that I would suspect that that Audubon will raise with the court is, in fact, the issue of granting them status, party status or not, or giving them the opportunity to make their presentation. Certainly, I think that at a minimum, you all can allow Mr. Cornell to state for the record why he believes that they meet the party status, and the definition or the case law on party status is, does Audubon have an interest that is unique to Audubon, that is different in kind than the general public? And that's the general test for standing in these types of administrative hearings. I think that it does something to consider in that decision-making process is the fact that even though they were the plaintiffs and therefore by definition were a party to the proceedings, in the Division of Administrative Hearing case, and counsel for the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong in this statement, the counsel for the applicants asserted before the administrative law judge that the town did not have standing, and also that Audubon did not have standing. The administrative law judge determined that the city did not have standing, but that Audubon did. So something for consideration for this council as you decide. So at the end of the day, only parties that are given party status have the right to participate in the proceeding in a full and equal manner as the applicant. You can allow Audubon to do what is called in law a proffer, where they'll say it for the record, what the questions they're going to ask, so we would hear from them, and then they could raise that issue in the court if upon a filing of any lawsuit they make an argument that they were improperly denied status. Then the court would have the opportunity to see, well, what's the argument that they had made before you all for standing, what they were going to say, and make a decision whether or not they were or were not, given the circumstances, improperly denied party status.
I still don't think you answered one of the other questions.
There were several, so
Yeah.
please, and I will answer it. I'm sorry.
Regardless of which way the council makes a decision on this, is litigation possible either way, whether you allow it or you don't allow it?
Yes.
Should it go one way or the other, however it goes?
Yes, irrespective of, I think, if I understand, would that then become an issue of litigation? Just the issue of standing? I don't think so. If the applicant is successful, I only believe that the issue of standing will become part of any litigation is if, in fact, you deny Audubon party status and Audubon litigates that issue. I don't think that, I can't speak for the applicant, but under those types of circumstances, why would the applicant raise the issue in court? Unless they are trying to conversely say, no, they didn't have standing, then that would be their prerogative in court. They've said so here. They don't believe that Audubon should be given party status. So either way, I'm sure that the issue, if there is litigation, will be part of that litigation.
So could we allow Audubon to come up, as you said, state their questions on record and then make a decision
Yes, sir.
as to whether or not to give status?
Correct. Yes.
When you said that one of the things to be able to question witnesses, it seems like until the witnesses are stating their case, they wouldn't necessarily know what questions to ask.
Well, I think that again, I don't know what questions are going to be asked, but what I do understand, I think we all understand, is that Audubon would like to ask their expert questions for the record. Ms.
This is
Stricker.
exactly why I'm not an attorney.
So,
a lot to unpack there.
Did this come up before with the previous town council and Audubon?
yes and no, in the sense that Audubon did show up, Audubon did ask questions, and it just kind of organically took place. The specific question of Audubon being asked or asking the town council for party status, I don't recall, but I do know that they were, as well as those council members who were on the council at the time, that Audubon representatives did show up and did give a presentation and did make legal argument against this project. So they made both factual and legal arguments against the project. I think they maybe took about 15, 20 minutes of time, considering that the entire hearing was probably about 4 hours.
And just to be clear, if they're granted party status, we're going to request the right to cross-examine their witnesses.
It works both ways. If they're given party status, Counsel for the applicant absolutely has the right to ask them questions as part of the hearing. And they also have the right to ask the applicant questions.
And whichever way the council decides to go with this, it's something we could proceed forward with today, one way or another?
Yes, you can. I think not trying to put certainly the cart before the horse, but I think that there's the question of the submission of the materials that have been provided, as to whether or not staff has had an adequate time to review them and be able to address them. I don't know whether or not the council wants to move forward with the hearing, continue it to give everyone that opportunity to review that material, allow Audubon to make a written argument to the council as to why they meet the test for standing, and then pick back up in 2 weeks.
Well, I want to touch on that real quick. The staff not having time to review documentation is not an excuse in my book. We received the information. My job was to review that information before the meeting today, which is what I did. So I really don't want to make a decision because the staff didn't make time to review all the documentation. I don't know how my fellow councilors feel, but I would like to ask my fellow councilors how they feel about granting the status.
I would say, though, I understand what you're saying, Mayor, about that, but, getting information after the packet's been out on a Friday before a Monday meeting is not really giving someone time.
This isn't new information. The information that they provided, I don't see anything in here that's any different from any other information that's a public record you can find for yourself should you want to find it. I want to give everybody their due process to speak on both sides is what I'm trying to get at, and I don't want to. I guess I just want to bring it back to the council and let's see what everyone feels about adding them as a. How do you say it again, John? There's been a lot of words thrown around. A status.
Party status.
Party status.
And that doesn't mean balloons and cake.
John?
Sit.
Vice Mayor Earl?
I have a question for the applicant's attorney on this particular matter. Our counsel has stated that the applicant would be disadvantaged long-term if party status was denied today. Do you agree with that philosophy?
I think he's correct that they'll certainly bring that up as a challenge. There's a lot of deference to a city council board when they make a decision based on their code. They're rarely overturned. I don't think they'd be successful on that challenge because they've had their due process rights on the environmental permits, which is the realm in which their interests are addressed and have been addressed. With that said, I think he's right. If you give them status, hear what they have to say today, and then approve it, it certainly takes that bullet out of their gun, and I don't disagree that that would be a benefit to me, right? Not concerned that they're going to bring something that's going to upset the apple cart here, right? Our environmental permits are in hand. They participated in that challenge. Those permits were issued. So if they have information to provide you today and that you would like to hear, allow them to put that evidence on record. I'm not concerned about that. And I do agree that should you hear them and make that decision today based upon what they have before you, just as I said, the information's been in this package. The packet that went out included the PowerPoint from Ms. Petrick that the LPA heard. So all the information you had was in your packet. It's not new. The standalone version of the plans, et cetera, and a copy of the DEP permits. But nothing I've said to you today is new to the town. But I agree, quite frankly, that giving them the opportunity to speak today will be to everyone's benefit, perhaps, to hear what information they have. And then should you decide that, in fact, we've met your code standards, which I'm confident that we have, and make that decision, then all the better.
So counsel, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is it fair to say that you are no longer in opposition for the council than today granting them party status?
I personally, I do not object to them presenting the information they have to you.
Thank you. I don't object either, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Veach?
Well, I would say based on what the attorney, it seems like they're under agreement that it would help us to get a clearer case if we allow party status of the Audubon Society.
Counselor Woodson?
I think it's odd that it's coming up right now, but the fact that it would get us through with more consideration and have it on record, I agree.
Yeah, and I also think the more information we can get to make the most informed decision makes the most sense. So I would be in favor of granting that status as well.
What, I would make the following recommendation. You certainly, I think that it's safe to say that there's a majority who want to give Audubon party status. What I would suggest to maybe expedite the process is that you hear public comment from everyone else and then allow Audubon to come last under that determination.
I'm certainly okay with that. Anyone else have an objection to that?
I don't have an objection to that.
No objection.
Okay. Who's next on deck? He needs a microphone.
Oh. Her mic.
Her mic, yeah.
Larry Den Herder.
I was prepared to say good morning, but actually it's good afternoon or maybe good evening. Mayor and Council, I appreciate your diligence in this process. You've all worked long and hard at it. My name is Larry Denherter. I reside at 8180 Estero Boulevard. We're a part of Grand Old Man, and I rise today in support of this project for the 4 facts. 1, the LPA has approved this. Actually, they've approved it twice. 2, the U.S. Corps has approved it. U.S. Corps of Engineers has approved it and give the applicants a permit. Number 3, Florida DEP has had a hearing, has approved it and given them a permit. And 4, the neighbors, the landowners in Grand Old Man will benefit from it and are in favor of it. I would appreciate your support of this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Barbara Hill. Following Barbara will be Bruce Butcher.
Hello, Barbara.
Good afternoon, members of Town Council and staff. My name is Barbara Hill, 340 Madison Court. My comment, and in fact plea to each of you, concerns the special exception application by 2 residents for the 300 feet of a long bridge that will cross lagoons owned by the state to be built adjacent to the Little Estero Critical Wildlife Area. I ask, how can you approve a private structure to be built on public land? I know this is still a question with regard to the state, but it is something to consider. Please vote to deny this application. It's been voted down twice by prior town councils. The Florida Audubon opposes it for environmental reasons, and thank you for your report today. And while the DEP approved it, it defers, the state agency approves, it defers to the town of Fort Myers Beach. The final decision now rests with this council, all 5 of you. 2 of you publicly supported this as part of your campaign promise, so I do know your position. However, council's obligation as a public servant is to serve the greater public good, now and for future generations, for the benefit of our community at large, not to individual private property owners. My parents and I have had an ongoing presence on this beach for 70 years. as full-time residents and property owners. I've seen firsthand how Barrier Island sands shift and change over time. In the 50s, when I walked this beach, there were no lagoons, there was no little estero, there was no wildlife area. It was sand we've now seen that's been accrued, naturally creating this pristine habitat. This habitat has created a unique ecosystem that deserves our. I want to address a few flawed arguments. First, paraphrasing the client's attorney at the LPA meeting, she said, "Dune walkovers happen all along Florida's East Coast. This shouldn't be such a big deal." This term, dune walkover, applies to coastlines where there are, in fact, high dunes. Fact is, there are no dunes in this area that require a walkover. What is actually requested is a boardwalk that will be built with pilings driven into submerged land over vegetation and lagoons, not dunes, on land owned by the state of Florida. How can you allow these owners the right to build an unprecedented private structure on this part of the beach? To use the dune walkover description in this case is misleading. Second, I've heard comments from both LPA and Town Council that this is a uniquely special case and unlikely that other parts of the beach would ever need this walkover. What will happen 10 or 15 or 30 years from now when the beach shoreline changes again, as it will? Could there be another natural lagoon and bird habitat which now is emerging at the very south end of our island, where sand has been accruing, I guess, for the last 5 or 8 years?
Barbara, I need you to wrap it up, please.
I'm sorry?
I need you to wrap it up. Your time went off a little while
Okay,
ago.
sorry, almost through. By setting this precedent for boardwalks, will others be allowed to do the same? Who will these property owners or neighbors be in the future who share this boardwalk? Who will the bridge be deeded to? Who will maintain the bridge or build it back should a hurricane destroy it, as it did our beloved beach pier? If you approve this exception, this bridge will, and I quote from Penny Jarrett, who could not be here today, it will increase the disturbance and predation to threatened species of beach nesting birds. It will fragment shorebird foraging habitat. It will alter the natural lagoon and surrounding beach. Penny also added, keep in mind these properties do have a 5-minute beach access by a sidewalk or a sand path. So I'm here to urge you to deny this application. It is a bridge over a lagoon near a critical wildlife area, and if approved, will set a dangerous precedent. As we all face the recovery.
Barbara, I need to wrap.
Okay, one more.
You're going along an awful long time.
Yes, but we do need to be heard.
I understand.
As we all face the recovery and rebuilding of our island after Ian, it will be your decision today that will set the future tone for the planning of our island. Will you acquiesce to these individuals, or will you protect the greater public good? Do you have our back? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Bruce Butcher. Following Bruce will be John Cameron.
Bruce Butcher, Lagoon Road. Laguna Shores across the street from, what is that called? I forgot. Old grandfather or something. Anyhow, we live very near there. And now that Barbara set the precedent, I have quite a bit of time left. So she made a comment about, well, you know, what happens if the beach changes in the future and we have a lagoon somewhere else? So what's going to happen to our beach accesses? That we have public beach accesses, and there's a lagoon across 5 beach accesses. Are you going to allow people to find a way to get to the beach? Something to think about for the future. As far as Ed's testimony, I'm here to verify that. I don't have Barbara's 70 years of experience with her family. Mine's only about 50. And I can tell you, I've always been at the south end. My parents' condo was at the south end. Our house is at the south end. And I walked through that lagoon many, many times when I was growing up, well, when I was a kid. And then afterwards, when we've moved down here with our kids, it's a mucky, terrible thing to walk through, that lagoon. But people still do it today. You can go down to the beach and you can see the paths through the vegetation where people pull their kayaks across, or they're bringing their coolers and they drag it through the growth that's on the beach. Ed was exactly right, and Kurt, when we used to go to the lagoon and cut around his neighbor's property, when a guy bought that house or built that house, he tore out his mangroves, put up a fence, put up no trespassing signs. So fortunately for us, we have the sand path that Barbara was referring to. That's our property. That belongs to Laguna Shores. It's a deeded property and it's private for us. So it's not a public beach access. And we want to make sure we maintain that because it's a very valuable piece of property for our neighborhood. Someone mentioned the corkscrew and the boardwalk there. I've been out there, and I didn't know that they closed it in time when the wood storks were nesting. I guess if wood storks nest near this area, maybe that would be something to consider. But I've never seen wood storks nest there. The birds that do nest there are predominantly in the large, many acres of flat sand. And they're not near where this walkover, boardwalk, whatever you want to call it, is going to be. There may be occasional ones, but it seems to me, I remember on town council within the last year, thank you, last point. At the town council within the last year, there was some discussion about the grass that grows in this vast barren sand area, and it's a problem. They didn't like the grass because the birds didn't like the grass. So there was talk about killing the grass or plowing it under or doing something. And I may have those facts wrong, but that's my recollection. So the idea that they would like to change the environment for the birds to nest seems like a contradiction to this idea that we shouldn't have the boardwalk, because the boardwalk is going to protect vegetation. So it's a funny dilemma there in my mind. Okay,
Thanks,
you.
Bruce.
Appreciate it.
John Cameron. Following John will be Dennis Brock. Sorry.
Hi there. John Cameron, 8098 Estero Boulevard. I'm here to speak in support of Eddie and Mr. Kramer's beach walkover. And the reason being is that I think there's been a huge double standard that's been going on here. If you look out that window and what has happened down there in front of our houses happened right out there, it wouldn't have been a couple of months before it was all filled back in. It was allowed to remain. When that happened, it was allowed to remain there. And now we have this problem that we, as property owners, can't access the beach. I have pictures of where you used to walk out, there's the sand, there's the Gulf. This happened, and instead of filling it in, like just happened after this hurricane, all of that area, that pond, as we like to call it, which was just mentioned, is a mucky mess. I traipse around and I go through the wildlife, whatever it's called, because I want to get to the damn beach. If you had filled it in, we wouldn't be having this problem. We wouldn't be having this discussion. You wouldn't have had to spend all this money. And now it's happening again in front of the condos. And the funny thing is, I get asked for an easement on my property so you can fill in sand there, when nobody bothered to help us. This is a double standard. We should be allowed to at least get back the access to the beach that we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Dennis Brock.
Hi, I'm Dennis Prock. I live at 8124 Estero Boulevard. I have owned and lived here full time since the 90s, and the CWA didn't exist. As everybody's pointed out, everybody's seen the aerial photos. I used to be able to walk straight out to the beach. That has been lost for whatever reason. Well, because of the accretion. I'd watch it keep going. I'm like, oh no, but it left the pond that everybody's talking about. I walk the beach almost every day for exercise, and I'm familiar with the location of where these birds nest. They actually don't nest right in front of this area because of all the mangroves. So they nest farther down to the north and to the south in the wide open areas, which is where they fence. And walking every day, I see this. Been to many meetings with Florida Wildlife and DEP trying to protect the birds. I'm all for the birds. In fact, I learned at one of these meetings that dogs on a leash scare the nesting birds. They fly off because they're scared and they might not get back to their little chicks. So me and my wife are known as on the beach as the dog haters. We love animals because we tell people you can't have a dog on the beach. That's the law. I've listened to both sides of this issue. Everybody's got a point, obviously, but I want to speak out. I've had direct dealings with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Fish and Wildlife. It took me 3 years to get a legal permit to trim the mangroves. Everybody down there was cutting mangroves willy-nilly. I got together with some of the homeowners in Grand Old Man, and we applied for a permit, received the permit, and I've been dealing with them for 10 years. Every time we trim the trees, they send in their environmental people to make sure that the licensed mangrove trimmer did it right. I'm not against the environment, but we've lost something here that is that we had when we bought. I think it's very important that you know that. And I've heard all the arguments. I believe you referred to it as a coconut grapevine. I mean, you know, you can't live here full time without hearing all this. The nesting birds, as I said, I don't believe that this is a critical area to them. The walkovers, and I haven't heard this today, but I have been hearing, it allows predators to the birds to get on the beach. They'll use a walkover. It's contiguous to the land on 3 sides right now. It does change occasionally after a storm. You know, you walk and it's different. Also, the traffic through the CWA. The CWA, as I sit on my lanai every day, I see people from all over. That sounds like a wife alert. But people all through there, kayak, muck through, and they walk through all these different areas. To me, funneling everybody in one area, and they put the rope up, the fence up when the birds are nesting. I don't know how many times, and this isn't good to it's usually the renters. Some people rent short term. To the renters, they just cross right through it. I think it'd be better if we had a designated area to help the wildlife if nothing happens. And the other thing is...
Can you wrap it up for us, Dennis, please?
Yeah, sure. All this has been going back and forth. I know the state has looked at it, the state's approved it, and I know how they are about the wildlife and stuff. And the other thing is, as a taxpayer, paying quite a bit of tax here to the town and this county, we've got to get past this. I mean, somehow, and quit suing, and it's a tremendous expense to your insurance carrier, coconut grapevine again or coconut deal. Your insurance carrier, your insurance will go up. Your expenses, everybody's expenses.
Thank you, Dennis.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Madam Clerk,
Signed up.
is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Patrick, come on up. Sorry, I forgot you were back there.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patrick Vanass with the LPA. Guess I'll complete my summary that I started this morning, but this came to us. We considered all the evidence provided to us. We based our decision on best available information that we had as part of the record, based on substantial and competent information and testimony. And with regards to the environmental issue, that information was, the best available information was the final order by the DEP. We reviewed that. We believe that it met the environmental test. We also had to look at the public interest test. Also within that final order, that is clearly defined and addressed as part of the final order. It met the public interest test. We have special exception criteria that we were provided testimony and evidence. We considered that. We weren't provided contradicting information other than that what was in the staff report. We considered both, and we believe that it met the criteria. And then we went on to the variance, and same thing, there is a set of criteria that has to be considered. We provided, again, competent and substantial evidence for that. We considered that, and we believe it met that criteria, and we recommended approval. 6-1, we had one dissenting member. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? You already did once. But I think that, but I think the Audubon, you make it hard to say no sometimes. John, then now we go back under public comment with the Audubon, or do we close public comment and then?
And so I think that it's safe to say, unless the council disagrees, is that council has or is granting Audubon party status, and now they would come up, they would make their presentation, ask any questions. Then the public hearing process would be closed. The applicant and staff are available to give whatever rebuttal or final presentations and answer any questions, and then you would take up the matter amongst yourselves.
John, did I hear that the applicant's attorney would be able to cross as well?
To the extent that Audubon seeks to ask them and cross-examine their testimony, yes, they would have the ability to ask questions and cross-examine any of the testimony that Audubon would give.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's fair. Thank you.
And now, with this, is this considered still part of public comment, or is this now something else?
Well, it's a quasi-judicial hearing, and this is part of the hearing. The distinction that you've made is that as part of this hearing, you are giving Audubon party status, not commenting status, but party status. So they have the right to fully participate in the process, just as the applicant or any other party who you would determine to meet that party status standard.
So unlike public comment, we're allowed to interact with them?
Yeah, you're able to interact with anyone, but certainly Audubon and the applicant, yes.
So if we close public comment, we can have the Audubon come up and then?
Yeah, well, you're not closing the public hearing until after Audubon is completed, because they're part of the public hearing.
Public
They're the
comment.
last-
Comment, public
I'm sorry.
comment.
Yeah, well, it's the same. No.
Well, we'll just leave it open and move forward.
Leave it open.
Sounds good. Audubon, you want to come up?
Before we go on to the Audubon, can we have them be a recess?
Good break. Sure. We'll take a 5-minute
Sorry, Brad.
recess. All right, everyone. We're going to call this meeting back to order. It is 12:49. Before we get to the Audubon, we're going to Mary Rose did get cut off because we were doing the swearing in, so her time did get cut a little bit. It was brought to my attention that. So
Is it on? Mary Rose Belletta, 22712 Island Pines Way. I spoke earlier first about the Dune access, and because of the swearing in, I stopped, and I just brought up some topics that I was thinking about. So I'd like to go back to my thoughts about the beach boardwalk. First of all, I don't have a 30-page paper to show you, and I cannot afford any suits to back me up. So it's just me. I kind of feel like I'm facing Goliath here, because this is such an important issue. I feel it's far more important than some people might expect. It's not something that we can pass off as being too expensive or taking too much time. So what I'd like to do, first of all, is it's just a couple of things. First of all, it's my considered opinion that the people who bought those properties down on the south end of the beach should have had their eyes open. They knew what they were facing with as far as how they would get to the beach at that time. Secondly, we will go back to what our mayor said about intent. And I think the intent when the ordinance was written, dune walkovers are not what is proposed. It is a boardwalk. It is not a dune walkover. Dune walkovers are what we see, what we saw at our accesses, where we had a couple of steps to walk over and a few feet of boardwalk to walk across. A public use does not mean a handful of houses. This boardwalk will benefit only very few people, and frankly, I think a major part of it is a land grab, and I think that's why they can afford these suits to come up and make such polished presentations time after time after time, so that we here now are once again, when we should be thinking about rebuilding, we're facing answering a question that might possibly change our beach in the midst of not having people here who could respond to it far better than I, because they know more than I, because they did not expect it to come up now. But wildlife does not recognize fences or boundaries. So exactly where the critical wildlife is really doesn't matter. This entire island is very sensitive. Our wildlife, if we want to keep them, we need to make it as environmentally positive as possible. Structures do not protect our beach. They attract use, and that's what this boardwalk will do. It will cause more people with more things to travel across and disrupt our wildlife there. In short, I think we should deny the beach boardwalk, because we are the stewards of this beach, and when the buck needs to stop here, it needs
Right.
to be denied.
Thank you, Mary Rose. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, I'm Brad Cornell, the Southwest Florida Policy Associate for Audubon, Florida, and I appreciate very much your granting us party status. I understand it's an unusual request, but it was an important one, and it's important to get all of the facts on the record. And I also want to say that Audubon really appreciates the partnership we have had with the town for over a decade now in taking care of and stewarding, researching, and monitoring the shorebirds and seabirds that nest and overwinter in the critical wildlife area and the areas nearby. It's a really important project. You all have been partners with us every step of the way, and we appreciate that, so thank you. I want to start our presentation this afternoon with a note about the staff report. Audubon, Florida agrees with the findings and conclusions of most of the staff report, but I would like to ask some questions of staff. Jason Green, who I don't see here, or somebody else responsive, perhaps Sarah, on the staff report, if I may.
What? Yes, sir.
So I only have one mic, and they have no mic.
We'll take care of that.
Okay, the community property. Thank you. So in looking at the staff report, does staff reaffirm, are you ready? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. Does staff reaffirm their staff report's findings of facts, conclusions, and recommendation to deny the application for a special exception under your Land Development Code's 9 criteria in Section 34-88 to build a approximately 300-foot bridge dune walkover structure over state-owned lagoons? Do you still affirm that?
Hello, there we go. This is not a staff report that I wrote. I did review it and read through it, and I do agree with the findings of the staff report.
So when I say staff, I guess I'm kind of referring to all your colleagues, everybody who wrote and presented the staff report, because that's what the public has reviewed and seen.
Yes, and I'm in agreement with what it does state.
Thank you. The staff report indicates there was not enough relevant documentation to address the town's criteria for a special exception. Is that still staff's opinion?
Which specific question are you referring to?
So in looking at the staff report, there's an assertion made in the prefatory remarks about the general nature of the application for this special exception under the 9 criteria, and staff's assertion in that is that there isn't enough relevant documentation to address all these criteria for a special exception.
I believe that they have submitted additional they have submitted additional documentation. It may have answered some of those questions regarding performance standards and locational standards. So the design and location is more clear at this point. But like I stated in my presentation, I didn't have time to review all of the documents provided. I don't know that that resolves all of the questions that were previously proposed in the staff report.
Just to clarify, the staff report says specifically, and I quote, "In summary, the applicant has not provided sufficient or relevant documentation to address the town's criteria. The application fails to provide details, specifics, or recent data that helps understand what is proposed and how it may or may not have an impact to the public and community." Is that a statement that still is stood by staff?
I think that they have provided the additional documentation that was requested. I don't know that it would cause us to conclude that staff would say that that based on the criteria, we would recommend approval. So they have provided additional documentation. That does not necessarily change our stance on the position.
Have you reviewed all that documentation?
I have not reviewed all of it.
At the LPA hearing, Audubon staff did not see all the necessary documentation to support the application. Has it been provided for this hearing, and when were those documents submitted?
We received documents Thursday afternoon. I do not remember the date. It was this past Thursday at 4, and then the next morning we also received a letter. So Thursday afternoon and Friday morning.
And have these all been made available to the public, and when?
They were forwarded to council members. I do not know if the clerk has not received them, so they aren't available to the public per se.
They're not available to the public. So I have not seen them.
At this moment,
right.
that is correct.
And here we are at the hearing, and I have not seen them. So we didn't see them at the LPA, and we still haven't seen them here at the town council meeting. What was in these new documents?
There was the submerged land lease agreement, so there were DEP documents stating where the lease was.
Was that in the form of a map?
It was the actual legal document from FDEP, their submerged land lease documents. There was a structural plan showing the design. There were surveys. It was 55 pages, I believe, so I don't recall everything that was in them. That's the general breakdown. And then there was a letter the next morning that was responsive to the letter that Jason Green wrote of the additional documents that were needed. So that letter stated that they had provided all those documents in the packet on Thursday.
But just that the public hasn't been able to review those.
It's not available at this time. I'm sure we'll have it on the website available.
Regarding the LEC special exception criterion number 7, whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources, does staff still believe there is insufficient evidence to show the proposed structure will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical resources and areas within this application?
The submerged land lease showed the area where they were allowed to, where they have their lease, so where they can locate it. The applicant has stated, or the applicant's attorney stated, that they'll be working with DEP regarding the location. Staff can't ascertain if that will preserve, conserve, and protect the environmentally critical area.
So that sounds like insufficient evidence from what you're describing. Regarding the special exception criterion number 9, the staff report states the Department of Environmental Protection's final order and permit do not address the town's special exception criteria as DEP requires in their permit. Is this still staff's opinion?
Yes, because the DEP, their process is different than the city's process, or the town's process rather. So the town has specific criteria that we evaluate, and those aren't the same criteria that DEP evaluates.
Thank you. I believe that's all. Thank you very much. Audubon, Florida, as I mentioned, since 2010 has hired 3 staff and trained dozens of volunteers in a collaborative shorebird stewardship program with the town, FWC, and Audubon chapters in the region, including Audubon Southwest Florida and Audubon Western. I would like to briefly have Audubon Florida's full-time biologist who manages this program, Shell Streaker, share her expert opinion about the proposed structure. And if Ms. Streaker could sit in the hot seat over there again.
John, I haven't watched enough law shows to know if now would be the time if they want to cross-examine on that question, or you do it all at the end?
It's preference of opposing counsel if they have any questions of staff, in particular Ms. Probst, so they can ask those questions now. And
I'd really allow them to complete their presentation.
Okay, we got it.
All
All right.
I'd appreciate that.
That's okay, I'll stay here. Thank you.
That's fine.
Hi, Rochelle Streaker.
Yep, that's
Good
me.
to see you. Ms. Streaker, can you briefly share your qualifications to manage Audubon, Florida's Lee County Shorebird Stewardship Program?
Yeah, so this is my 10th year of working in shore seabird conservation across the United States. I've got a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in wildlife biology, and I've been working here in Florida since February of 2021 as the Southwest Shorebird Manager. So I cover, like I said, Collier, Lee, and parts of Charlotte County. and I run the volunteer group here at Lee County that does the stewardship at Little Estero CWA, and then the private beach next to it that's owned by those 3 condos, Castles Beach, Islands End, and Carlos Point.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the work of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission on shorebird stewardship at the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area?
Yes, I am. I manage that. I hire a seasonal worker who does most of the stuff on the ground during the summer. And then I'm also a partner in the Florida Shorebird Alliance with FWC and a lot of other conservation organizations. And I am the co-lead of the Collier, Lee, and Charlotte FSA partnership.
Thank you. So I'm holding a letter here that I'm going to share with you and then ultimately give to the town clerk to put into the record. This letter is a letter that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission sent to the Department of Environmental Protection on July 20th of 2016, commenting on the impacts of the proposed structure on wildlife in and near the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. I'm going to bring this over to you so you can see it.
Thank you.
So they characterize that this area is uniquely important for 68 species of overwintering, nesting, and foraging coastal birds since the 1980s, at least since then. And I think we heard testimony also from the applicant's attorney, the unique nature of this area. FWC described, they described the impacts of the proposed bridge structure as eliminating habitat within the structure footprint and harm to many meters on either side of the proposed structure. Plus, they assert pedestrian traffic will reduce listed species nesting in the future, and that such structures are incompatible with critical wildlife areas. They conclude with the concern that permitting this structure may lead to more such bridges and walkovers into the critical wildlife area, resulting in possible elimination of the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area altogether. Is that your understanding, Ms. Streeker, of their position in this letter? And do you share those concerns?
Yes, that's my understanding of their position, and I do share those concerns. Not only the Little Estero CWA, but the private land that is surrounding that CWA is really important to our breeding birds and our wintering birds. I think they've got the right amount of species. We've got several state protected and federally protected species utilizing the area within the CWA and right next to the CWA where this crossover would be built, so I agree with this.
Now I'd like to show you a map. And first I need to ask you a little bit about this. Are you familiar with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission's Shore Mapper tool?
Yes, I am.
And have you seen Audrey DeRose Wilson's Shore Mapper report for the area near the proposed walkover? And is this it?
Yes, it is. This is Audrey DeRose Wilson's report.
Using the FWC Shore Mapper tool, which is an online database and habitat mapping tool. What does that map show, and what does that report show specifically for this area around the proposed structure?
So the Shore Mapper tool in general is a new tool that FWC created to help with construction projects and anything that happens on the beach to understand the impacts to our birds that utilize the beach areas as well. So in this map, there's a map that shows the proposed building of the boardwalk, Dune crossover, whatever we're calling it right now, along with the habitat areas of nesting black skimmers and least terns. What's not shown in this map is the snowy plovers and Wilson's plovers. All of these species are state protected species. The snowy plover, the black skimmer, and the least tern are all state protected threatened species. The Wilson's plover is a state protected species of special concern. And what's missing is that this, also missing in this data, in this map right here, is data from the 2022 seasons, because FWC has not finished doing all of the quality control on that data, so it hasn't been put into the Shore Mapper tool yet. And in 2020, in this 300 feet borderline they have around the project, we did have nesting snowy plovers and Wilson's plovers. Another thing that's not totally focused on in this map, but is kind of important, is the entirety of this area shown in the map, as well as the affected area around the construction, is all critical brood rearing habitat where we have flightless chicks. So those Wilson's plovers and snowy plovers, it takes about 30 days to incubate those eggs, and then they hatch, and within 2 hours of hatching, those chicks can run around, but they still cannot fly. So by kind of increasing pressure and a lot more people in this area, we're going to be putting a lot more disturbance and people near flightless birds. These large colonies of the black skimmers and least terns also have flightless birds. They don't tend to move around as much, but we have found black skimmer chicks that are flightless in front of where this proposed project would be. But I would mainly be concerned about the snowy plover and Wilson's plover chicks, who move around quite frequently in that area, often utilizing the lagoon for foraging, because they need that foraging habitat right there at their nesting site, because they can't fly to go somewhere else if that foraging habitat is taken from them. So it's really important. And that foraging habitat of the lagoons and nearby this construction is probably really important as well to our wintering birds and migratory birds. I was out there last Friday. We had about 30 American oyster catchers, which is another state protected species, including a banded bird. So I knew this individual and had seen him in November, and then I saw him this past Friday, which means this is probably a stopover site for migratory American oyster catchers and other types of federally protected and state protected species as well. We also had piping plovers out on Friday. That's a federally protected species, as well as the Wilson's plovers, snowy plovers, and black skimmers, all of our state protected species. So even during the winter, we have a lot of birds utilizing this habitat for really core needs like foraging and resting.
Ms. Streecker, how many areas like Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area and the area right near this this proposed walkover, how many of those kinds of habitat areas for shorebirds and seabirds exist in Southwest Florida?
Not a lot, and less and less. People prefer, we like to see wide open sandy beaches, these lagoon, tidally mud things. We've heard a couple of our comments from the public session about people not really liking that texture, that mushy, marshy quality, but that is really core to why the birds like it and what they're looking for in terms of foraging habitat. If you go down in front of this stuff right now, you'll see all these little pockmarked holes. Those are all fiddler crabs, which is one of the most key foraging species for our Wilson's plovers. So it's really core habitat for our birds, and less of this exists in Southwest Florida.
Thank you very much, Ms. Streecker. Appreciate it. That's it. So I have.
Hold on a second, Brad.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure that a copy of the letter, as well as the map, has been introduced into the record, made part of the record, so it can be properly relied upon.
Thank you, John.
And I would have made extra copies, but my printer had very little ink left, and I just learned about this meeting over the weekend, so this is as much as I could print. So I'm sorry about that, but hopefully y'all can print some extra
if
copies.
any of you all want to see it, we can pass it along.
Can we ask questions at any time? Or
You can, if you, yes. Just going to say, you know,
That
at
was
the
a very
appropriate time,
lordly-
there's no, whenever you feel an appropriate point is.
Well, as long as she's up here, I just thank you for acknowledging that these nesting shorebirds are on private property. As an island end resident, I can tell you that this is starting to become a contentious thing, because the state is demanding more of these private property owners taking on financial responsibility. So what happens to this whole area if these three condo associations decide they don't want to let FWC or Audubon involved on their private property any longer?
Well, FWC does have a special allowance with these 3 condos. They've had a relationship with them.
Asked you, it's gonna be changing though, because the state is going to be pushing more of the financial responsibility onto the private condos, and the condos do not want that. If that becomes an issue, and these 3 private landowners decide to take that away from the state, what happens to the whole area?
If the birds continue to nest on the area, they will still have to be protected. They're still protected species regardless of whether or not the private landowners are working with FWC. So there's going to be some kind of, I guess, communication between those private landowners and FWC, but just because birds nest on private property doesn't mean those protections go away.
If the area is no longer roped off, will the birds continue to come there if people continue to walk through there?
Yes, we have pretty high nest site fidelity with particularly our colonial nesters, which I think is what you're referring to, that big, large area at the southern end of Fort Myers Beach. That's for our colonial nesting birds, so that would be the black skimmers and least terns. That would still get posted when they show up on the ground. It wouldn't be pre-posted. So right now, FWC has an allowance with those landowners that let us put that posting up before the birds show up. And what would happen if if all of that disintegrated is that none of that stuff would show up until the eggs are on the ground, essentially. But once those eggs hit the ground, FWC is required by law to continue to protect them and put up those postings.
If it becomes an area with huge human traffic through it, the birds, because they're not stupid, it's not a roped off area any longer, they're not going to want to nest there, will they?
It's hard to say. I mean, we've got birds that try to nest on Keewaydin. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. It's a party smorgasbord. There's people walking everywhere, and we still have least terns every year try to lay eggs, and we do have successful Wilson's plovers out there. So these birds are learning how to adapt with us, and lots of people bring increased disturbance, which brings down the survival rate of the chicks and eggs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the adults will not continue to try to nest there. They just won't be producing chicks.
There's state property right across Big Carlos Pass. Why is that not a roped off and area that would be a prime, in my mind, state land for these creatures?
It has been. I assume you're referring to Lover's Key State Park. Lover's Key State Park does rope off nests as they find them and has had some of the colonial nestings before. Those colonial nesting birds hopped over to that private beach because of the amount of predation issues that Lover's Key was having. And then when they were successful on that private beach, Lover's Key saw their number of nesting birds go down as that private beach saw their number of nesting birds go up.
And this question is for anybody. Do we have an exact length or measurement of how far this proposed dune walkover is from the roped off bird nesting areas? I've heard as little as feet, yards. Do we have an exact amount? I don't know if that's staff, Audubon,
I can
anybody.
tell you. 1,491.5 square feet, 298.3 feet long by 5 feet wide.
I don't think that's the question, though. It's a ways away, because keep in mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, that
No, I'm asking how far
that these
the
are
boardwalk is from the roped off areas for nesting birds.
These are different birds nesting in different environments, and so the area that's open, they prefer open, sandy areas so they can see predators coming. Those are the colonial nests she talks about. The ones that are near to this project in the critical wildlife area are different birds that tend to hide in vegetation. They're not the same. It isn't like they're not like cows you can move around in a field. The ones that are in that critical wildlife area, they're every bit as protected as the other ones. But
I'm not referring to the critical wildlife area, Counselor. I asked specifically for the roped off area, which just does not stay a flat, sandy area. The grass is allowed to grow there during this whole 6-month process, and is not allowed to be cut down during that time of nesting, that 6-month period. So it's not just a flat, sandy, open area. And again, I'd ask, does anybody have the exact measurements?
If I could add in, I think there's a little bit confusion about...
I've asked a specific question. I can't make it any more clear. Can I get a specific answer? It's not that difficult.
So the proposed boardwalk is not next to the very.
So the answer is no, you do
Well-
not have a specific answer.
Yes and no. Like I said, in 2022, there were snowy plovers within a couple feet of where this proposed project is. But like you said, they're solitary nesters. I think when people, especially during the public comment session, were saying that they've never seen postings in that area, I think there's a confusion because the colonial postings get posted in April and they stay through August. For solitary nesters, we tend to try and make those postings come down when the birds are done. So we give them 30 days of incubation and 30 days of chick rearing, and then we try to remove those postings as quickly as possible to give some of the beach back to the people because those birds aren't utilizing that specific habitat anymore.
It's nice that you give the beach back to the private owners, but I still have not received an answer.
Well,
Two
because
feet.
those postings change every year depending on where the birds go. It's only the colonial postings
I
that stay
asked
in
for
the
a
same.
specific place. You know where the area gets roped off every year. It's a continual thing.
Well, that's not true for solitary nesting. That's only true for colonial nesting.
Or clearer, I've asked the specifics in that roped off area that is consistently roped off in the same area year after year after year.
From that specific colonial nesting, it's, I mean, I guess I would estimate like 300 feet.
No specific.
No, not that I know of.
Any more questions? Should I continue?
You shall.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Streeker. I appreciate the information. That's very kind of you. I'd like to address the special exception criterion number 8, whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The impacts of Hurricane Ian clearly substantiate the risk of building an uncemented bridge, dune walkover structure that will be subject to storm surge and hurricane force winds. These forces plainly will cause the structure to pose a danger to neighboring properties and residents. Additionally, as Rochelle Streeker and FWC have expertly said, the structure will cause harm to surrounding natural resources, habitats, and wildlife. And finally, the last concluding comments that I'd like to make. First, regarding the applicant's assertion under a failed Americans with Disability Act lawsuit against the town, Rood versus Fort Myers Beach, from August 18th of 2022, the judge commented to the applicant, quote, "At bottom, Rood seeks privileged treatment because he prefers that over the other, he prefers that over other beach access options open to him and the public." In other words, there are and remain other options to satisfy beach access without having to build a 300-foot structure and harm resources and present threats to neighbors. The town should not feel pressured under the ADA to grant the special exception. Federal court has already rendered a decision that supports denial of this special exception. Second point, FWC, which is the state's wildlife agency and the manager for the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area, and town staff and Audubon biologists all find the proposed bridge/dune walkover will significantly harm imperiled listed species of migratory and nesting shore and seabirds and their habitats, which are adjacent and near to this proposed structure. They all recommend denial based on their expert opinions. And finally, third point, Florida Audubon urges the town to deny this application for special exception to build a private 300-foot bridge dune walkover over 2 lagoons and state lands. That denial should be based on the lack of compliance under Section 3488 of the town's Land Development Code, Criterion 1 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Brad?
I don't know if this is really up your alley there, Brad, but I know that the applicant's attorney has mentioned accretion. Now, my understanding in this area that there was an offshore island, which is where the Little Estero Island came from. And as sandbars and barrier islands tend to do, they migrate landward. And this island eventually came into contact with the mainland. Is that considered accretion? Or is there another term or another expression for that?
So that's a technical question for coastal engineers and legal scholars on coastal processes. I will tell you that I helped found the Lee Shorebird Stewardship Project on Fort Myers Beach with the town's previous environmental specialist, Keith Lockinen, back in 2010. 2010, that's the year that the Deepwater Horizon blew up and destroyed shorebird and seabird habitat all around the Gulf. And this place on Fort Myers Beach was one of the only places that had successful nesting. So it became extremely important. I have seen that those lagoons open up to the Gulf after storms for months at a time and then close up again. And then in front of Leonardo Arms, that used to have, tons of beach habitat. And then it was undermined where the building was practically falling into the Gulf. So as you point out, Counselor, these coastal barrier island environments are very dynamic. And I think that's as much as I can testify to with my own experience.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else have any questions for Brad?
One more. Okay, the critical wildlife area and the broad area down south where the colonial nesters are, those are legally and different environmental areas. Now, I did hear you say that, or different ecosystems. You did say that there's some crossover birds. Sometimes a black skimmer chick will go into the sheltered area, but that's not typical, right? The intent of the critical wildlife area is to protect the birds that nest in that particular type of environment. Is that right?
Yes and no. The critical wildlife area is to protect all uses by the birds. So the wintering and birds and the foraging habitat would also be included in kind of what the critical wildlife area was trying to protect. We do get crossover from that larger colony, and then I think particularly when you're talking about the solitary nesters, the snowy plovers and the Wilson's plovers, like I said, within 2 hours of hatching, the chicks can walk around, so then the whole family unit is pretty mobile. And then you'll get a lot of crossover of birds coming from the CWA into the private area and vice versa, and kind of moving tidally throughout that area and utilizing the whole thing because they can't tell the difference between where this critical wildlife area ends and where private begins. So you do get a lot of crossover in general, particularly of these flightless chicks moving back and forth in that area and in the area where this construction would be.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Counselor?
I'd ask Brad to take the hot seat. I'd like to start with him. Thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Cornell. Were you involved in the DOA hearing that the Audubon Society brought on challenging our environmental permits?
Yes.
Okay. You cited to a letter from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. Can you tell me the date of that letter again? Do you have?
I believe it's July 20th, 2016.
Okay. Was that prior to that DOA hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone from the FWC participate in the DOA hearing?
Yes.
Do you know in what capacity?
It was the regional biologist for this part of Florida.
Okay, and who invited them to participate?
I believe they were subpoenaed.
They weren't called on behalf of Audubon. Just to clarify.
Right.
So correct. So they were involved in that hearing and the issues that were laid out at that time. At that hearing, was there discussion of, we heard today, a variety of habitats, types of birds, their breeding, their location here. Were those birds discussed during this DOA hearing?
Yes, I believe they were. This
Were-
was
you
some
just-
time ago, but
Okay, so but the FWC biologist was there. Was she
Yes.
there to discuss bird habitat?
yes.
Okay, exactly. That's no further questions for you. Thank you. And then I'm going to call the city planner very
Sir.
briefly, I promise. Can you please state your position with the town?
Yes, I work as a senior planner for the development, community development department as a consultant.
Thank you. How long have you worked in a consultant capacity for the town?
As a consultant, I've only worked as a consultant for them, and approximately 5 years with a break in the middle.
Okay, okay, so for a while, thank you. There was, I presented quite a bit of information today. As you noted, there's some statements in the comprehensive plan, some things that were disagreed with. Specifically as to the dimensional criteria that I went through and those plans, was there anything you heard that you think that you disagree with? We have one variance for the width. All the other dimensional criteria, is there any issues that you had or anything you heard that you thought, in your 5 years of experience with the code was not accurate?
I don't know that it's inaccurate. It's certainly a much larger size than we typically see for a dune walkover.
Yeah. But is there any zoning code standard that you could point to that, other than the one variance we have, that, was there anything else that requires a variance or anything else that doesn't meet the dimensional standards?
I don't believe so, but like I said, I didn't do a complete review of the building plans.
Right. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
That's all. The other point I want to make today is that the evidence that was provided and put in your packet is for you to provide. There's not a requirement that everything in the packet be supplied to the public at some period of time. The requirement is that notice be provided so that they can come here. Your decision today is based on the testimony before you. You can confer this with Mr. Herron. Information in your packet that you've seen and that you've reviewed. Audubon clearly has long experience with this project and what the nature of the impacts are. So I would encourage you to review what's in front of you. I stand by all my statements made earlier today that this project meets your requirements and the decisions there. It improves the environment. It does not have impact on the shorebirds. That decision has long been made. And so I would request your approval and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for the counselor?
Now, is this a section, John, where we can ask questions of the different parties? Absolutely. I have a couple questions. In some of your presentations, now you've consistently called it a dune walkover. Certainly in the previous iteration, it was a dune walkover. Now, some places call it a dune walkover and a boardwalk. Now, my understanding of the definition of a dune walkover is that it's got to go over the toe of the dune, which is the seaward part of the last vegetated part of the dune. How can you call a structure that's 300 feet long that ends before the dune a dune walkover? What definition are you using to call it a dune walkover?
Your code describes what is generally termed a dune and beach walkover. There are several different ways in which your code describes it. The special exception for dune walkover and boardwalk are in the same classification. So your code has never had a real clear distinction of that. Obviously, we've been working with your staff for a long time on this project. Early on, there was a determination. We came forward to you with a request that, in our interpretation, this was permitted by right. That determination was turned down, and we were told we needed a special exception for that. But this is a singular structure. It crosses what's a dynamic dune system that encloses some portions. Some are wet, some are dry. It doesn't change the fact that this dune system is what your code describes. This is a beach dune system, and whether it's slightly elevated or depressed, or in this case encloses an unusual lagoon, it doesn't change the fact that this is a dune beach system. It's a singular item, and this is a crossover to it. As to where it lands, as I said, that's a DEP permit requirement, and they're going to tell us exactly where to make it land.
Although a dune walkover has a special place in the code to be encouraged because of its strictly minimal construction to protect the dune. A boardwalk doesn't have that same that same privilege, if you will, in the code.
I don't know the distinction you're making. we have certainly minimized the elements of the Dune walkover to minimize any disruption. The fact that it has to cross a wet portion to do that, doesn't change the nature of this use.
Okay, another question I have for you is you mentioned that without the railing that you were happy to lower the elevation for safety of the boardwalk, right? You mentioned that without a railing, it went from like 3 feet to 2 feet or something in the drawings.
It made some sense, but also is your code requirement. It has to be between 2 and 3 feet for your zoning code as well.
Right. Now, if that was lowered for safety, what about the portion of the safety for this boardwalk when it goes over the lagoon without a guardrail? I mean, it seems like if you're talking about this being utilized by somebody who is not sure of foot, and there's no railing, and now they're over a body of water and with quite a drop, it seems to me that this creates more of a safety issue than going down to a neighboring public beach access, which is maintained for the purpose.
It's part of the justification for our 5 foot in width to make sure that there's no concerns.
And you think that extra 1 foot will make this no guardrail safe for someone who isn't very sure of foot?
Yeah, for these owners, it's a private facility, and they believe it does.
Okay. Now, are you still making your claim that this is an ADA compliance issue?
So there's an important distinction there to be made. We're here under your zoning code standards today. So we have made this statement, and that statement is undenied and we can get Eddie up here to say it himself, that he has trouble getting around and continues to and has to use a cane, et cetera. The ADA is something else. When you come under a ADA cause, and that item, as was pointed out by the Audubon gentleman, I'm not sure why that's his concern, but nevertheless, that request was denied. It's under appeal, and pending that appeal, that decision has not been settled, right? So from a legal standpoint, that issue is still out there, but that issue relates to reasonable accommodation requests. So when you come under a reasonable accommodation request, under an ADA request, that's an entirely different animal. We're not here before you using that today. That item's undecided. We're not moving under that. We're here under your zoning code standards, and we can tell you as a matter of fact that part of the changed circumstances is Mr. Root has trouble getting around. Now, whether he meets a certain federal ADA standard remains to be seen. That's not what we're here about today.
Even though you mentioned it.
I did not mention the ADA. Well, I don't know if I did, but the changed circumstances to our concern is the fact that he has mobility issues. That's part of why we request the walkover, part of why the 5 foot makes sense.
Okay, now there is a question of ownership of the land. Now, I understand that your client has also been in court with the state about the ownership of the land on the Gulf side of the lagoon, and that the latest indications are that it's not going in your client's favor. And so much that the state now is confident enough to pay for renourishment of that land. Now, if the ownership of that land is determined to solidly be in the state's hand, does that change any of your positions on this?
Not at all. In fact, we're here today under the assumption that it is in fact state land. We have provided in part of the materials a easement from the state crossing their sovereignty submerged lands. That's for the entire stretch from where the Dune walkover begins to where it ends. We're traveling under that lease. If it should ever change the fact that it turns out that DEP releases that land and we were to own it, then our status as vis-a-vis that ownership would change. That lease, we wouldn't have to be making payments to the state for that right to use it, because there is a lease payment to the state for this dock. So that would go away, but it wouldn't change the facts of the matter, right? We're not in the CWA. This boardwalk doesn't have a negative impact on the environment. In fact, it helps protect it. And we have a current lease for the property today. And that's what we're traveling under, that assumption today. This lagoon is a weird area. As I pointed out, it's unusual. If you hear state lands guys talk about it, it's unusual. So there's been some back and forth. So in the end of that determination, and to the end, it doesn't even matter to us particularly, right? We're happy to pay the lease payment and have it and install the dock and our dock board Dune walkover, and travel under that. And that's the assumption we're here under today. We have this existing signed lease from the state.
Okay, another question. In some of your diagrams, you claim that the area where this project is accreting. Now, when I looked at the maps, I see that to the southeast, that land is accreting, the open area is accreting. To the northwest, it's eroding, and it seems like there's more erosion in the area where this is than there is accretion. The issue that comes to me is if you build a fixed structure on changing terrain, that the effect that structure is going to have is going to vary. So if you get DEP to locate the terminus where it makes sense today, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, even a year from now, it could be somewhere else. So this structure that, particularly if you want to make it any portion of this a dune walkover, then it's got to go over the toe of that dune and open up onto the open sand. If it opens before that dune, then it's going to focus traffic on the dune. If it opens up too far, then it becomes an obstruction of the beach for sea turtles. So I'm just wondering how you can say this can't be detrimental to the environment when the two scenarios that can happen at a dynamic beach both have a detrimental effect on the environment.
I would disagree with that. The findings I've shown and the hearing on that determined that there will not be a negative impact. Again, this is the very reason why the DEP requires it to be site located where that toe is going to be, to make sure there's as little harm to the vegetation as possible, to make sure that there's as little impact to the dune beach structure there as possible, to make sure that the traffic that comes off there. And those determinations were made. To your point, it does appear that there's some, we almost seem to be in the golden middle at the moment, that there's some increased accretion to the larger area to the west and some erosion to the other side. We seem to have been through this hurricane surprisingly stable. The findings that were made during the DOA hearing was the most likely scenario was that the accretion would continue in this area and that over time that lagoon will actually silt in because it's not tidally flushed. And the anticipation is that there's going to be overwash over time and that lagoon will probably most likely shrink, and that was the expert opinion of the geologists that studied this location in this area. So it'll become more like a dune and perhaps less like a dune lagoon system over time, and that was the findings of that hearing.
And I would say, sorry for dumbing the question here, just a couple more things. So are you familiar with the pier that they built by the Leonardo Arms, where this was built into basically a lagoon with a kind of a sandbar that was out in front of it. Now over time, as they do, the sandbar migrated shoreward. Now eventually that pier became, it was in the open Gulf. It fell apart piece by piece, and it created an obstruction during the time because it was a fixed piece of equipment in a dynamic environment. Is there anything that you can offer that would maybe, I'm thinking of a condition that if the beach does move, if it does erode, that you will remove part of the boardwalk that's past the dune in order to keep it from being an obstruction for travelers and sea turtles?
I think that as a condition is entirely reasonable. These structures are by their design made to be fungible, so if they're damaged by a storm, they can be removed. If the beach were to erode so far that, the end of the dock was, intruding upon public access along the mean high water line or otherwise a damage to it, then, that condition would be absolutely acceptable, that we would come in with modified plans, have DEP come out and help us relocate where that thing should land.
All right, I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? I think we're good for now, sir.
Hey.
Now, John, can we officially close public comment? Unless somebody else wants to
Unless you
speak?
have any questions of staff or staff has any closing statements that they want to provide to you.
With some
you
public
can-
comment, not public.
I'm sorry, well, then they're part of you would close it, and by that I mean, it's now in your hands. Nothing more from anyone else out there, including staff, including the applicant.
Okay.
So now's your last opportunity to ask anyone or to hear from anyone before you close the public hearing.
Am I on? I noticed that Chad Schutz, our environmental expert, is sitting there, and I'm just wondering if Chad has any additional comments or thoughts on anything that has taken place?
If he doesn't,
If he does, he does. Chad was thinking he just about got away with it over there.
Good afternoon. I don't have any comments. If there's any questions y'all have, I'm happy to answer.
Actually, I have one question for you, Chad, being the expert, I guess, of the beach around here. In the report that came out in the FDEP status report and what they found out, they said in there that according to the experts, they said that area is accreting 28 feet or more per year between the years of 1999 and 2011. It said that it has grown 600 feet over the last 52 years. Does that sound like something you've seen since your time with the town?
So I've been with y'all for about 3.5 years. So we're talking how much has that beach accreted, and does that seem consistent with what's going on there?
Yeah, they essentially said in their findings, based on the expert, that it's accreting 28 feet per year.
Right, so you have, we've been referring to Leonardo Arms, and you have, basically that's a headland where you have sand going north and sand going south, and that sand that's heading towards Islands End is, it is accreting towards that direction. Does that answer your question?
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure quantitatively, I'm sure if the report that's accurate.
You're not out there with a tape measure every year?
Well, our coastal engineers are.
I appreciate it. Any other questions for Chad?
Did you have any specific question, Ms. Karen, or?
No, I didn't have specific questions. I was just thinking that since you were here, and if you had anything to add to all the comments that have been made, now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I had talked to Mr. Root about was, minimizing the effects of the Dune walkover, and there are different types of walkovers. One being an on-grade walkover where you're not necessarily having any structure there, but you're through the vegetation to walk over to get to the Gulf. So one of my concerns, you're building this big structure out onto the beach, and how is that going to affect what's happening on the beach? And instead of going over the toe of the dune, like Mr. Veach had said, to maybe just consider it an on-grade dune walkover and reducing that structure, minimizing that structure as much as possible.
So describe that on grade. What do you mean? There's no structure at all? People just walk on the.
You're basically walking on the sand, so it's part of the DEP guidelines for dune walkovers. So instead of walking over a structure, you're essentially walking over a sand path, essentially.
Sounds more like a walk on than a walk over.
On grade, yes, sir.
Now, with something like now the town uses Moby mats. Are those have any kind of environmental benefit? Or are those just to help wheelchairs get over the sand without sinking in?
I think they're more for ADA access and stopping chairs and wheeled devices from sinking into the sand. That's the primary purpose.
Right. And also, if you have an on-grade, you said, which is basically a path, right? The research from Hurricane Ian shows that a lot of those paths become scours in storms.
Yeah, a lot of bad things happen when you go through a Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane.
Yeah. And the other thing I'd point out is that, considering how much the beach in some parts of the island have changed, that it is a kind of a notable point that this area of mangroves stayed stable relative to areas that didn't really have any vegetation protection at all.
Yep, they did their job. Shoreline stabilization.
Thanks, Jen.
Yes, sir.
Chad? Any other questions for any staff or any of the counselors? I do have just one quick question. It was brought up in their testimony, and you are probably the best expert in this room. They mentioned Deepwater Horizon and the effects on the oil spill. Can you talk a little bit as to what, in your experience, you went through after that in relation to the birds, since they brought it up?
Point out, I did not stand up to be sworn in, if that matters at this point?
Yeah, I think that to the extent that there's it may go to the probative value, he should be sworn in, and he should identify who he is, because you simply refer to him as in the third person, not by name. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wait, who are you?
Oh. My name is John Smith. No, Keith Wilkins, interim town manager. Yes, with regards to Deepwater Horizon and impacts on shorebirds, there was. Thank you. There was a significant impact on the northern Gulf. I don't know about in southwest Florida, but northwest Florida and along the entire sandy northern Gulf, there was significant impact on birds, but mostly because of the construction workers, the cleanup crews, the equipment that was on the beach is heavy yellow machinery on the beaches that had most of the impact on the nesting birds. We do have park areas, national seashore there that did sustain the colonies, the nesting colonies there, but those that weren't in the national seashore did sustain a significant impact. And these are all broad sandy areas, not vegetated areas. Does that address? Okay.
I've now known that you were heavily involved in it, so I just thought I'd ask you the question.
Thank you, yes.
Any other questions?
Can I ask you a question, John?
Sure.
Did you have to interject first? I don't want to.
Well, I was going to make some remarks once the public hearing, this entire process has been completed and you're ready to start deliberating as to, what it is that you're tasked with doing here at this point in time. So, fire away.
Okay, so currently, the lawsuit that is going on, the ADA lawsuit with Eddie Rude.
Sir.
We have an insurance policy with the League of Cities, right?
That is correct.
And they are covered. They're actually handling that lawsuit, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and so currently, it's not the town has kind of minimal expenses towards this.
That is correct.
If we were to pass this and be sued by not necessarily Audubon, by somebody, some other party with whatever you call it, with who's affected by this, would the town be covered by the League of Cities insurance?
Most likely, no.
And what's the distinction that makes that?
Discretionary decisions of the town council that don't give rise to generally monetary damages are not covered by your insurance policy. You would have to incur the expense of defending your decision here today on town's own cost.
And is there an example of a case that this has come in front of the town that was not covered by the League of Cities?
Yes, number of ones. The one that pretty much everyone recalls and is familiar with is the public hearing that took place over the course of several days involving the Margaritaville project that was then challenged in court by a nearby resident. That litigation was through a writ of certiorari, which is the legal process through which administrative decisions such as this before you today are reviewed by a court, and that the cost of defending that lawsuit was incurred by the town.
And with your current contract with the town, we pay a fixed fee that includes long council meetings, magistrate hearings, LPA meetings, all the meetings you have to attend to, right? But that does not cover litigation?
Correct.
All right, thank you, John.
I've got a question then. I believe Councilor Veach called it a minimal impact. What is a minimal impact to you, John?
What, the League of Cities versus?
No, our cost. I thought that's what the question was regarding, was the town's cost that it's been a minimal impact, is what I thought I understood.
I can only speak for the time frame in which I've been your town attorney since the time and expense incurred by the town to defend lawsuits brought by Mr. Rood against the town arising from the original denial. My educated guess, I can confirm, is, I think I said before, is less than $10,000. I'm not saying that that's minimal or not. That's for others to decide. I'm just stating a fact.
I don't know. I find that interesting because last summer, when I was a candidate, I asked for a freedom of information request about what the total cost had been up to that point, from the beginning through when I made my request last June. The clerk checked with the finance department, and from 2017 through June 23rd of 22, our total cost was over $104,218.50. Plus, we had an annual cost for FMIT, liability insurance of an annual cost of $300,000. So that's far from minimal in my mind.
Not, as I said, the determination of what is minimal or not is for others to decide. What I can tell you, and what I've already said, is under my tenure, what the cost has been. The amount of money that you are referring to, as I recall, the vast majority, not all of it, but the majority of it was incurred in being the town being involved in the Division of Administrative Hearing that took place and predated my tenure as the town attorney.
Anything else, John? Okay.
Just for a little clarification, what did it cost the town to defend? What did it cost the town to defend against the TPI lawsuit?
You know, John, I mean, we can go back and forth with cost, but is what we're trying to decide here today, cost should not be part of the consideration. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah,
I don't agree. I think I asked a fair question. I'm just trying to get an idea of what the comparison is for a lawsuit where we are defended by the legal cities and when we are not, and that cost does matter.
I can provide that information, but I don't have it off the top of my readily available, but I believe it was somewhere around $30,000 or less.
All right.
Minimal compared to the over $104,000 we've already spent on this.
All right.
You know, and John, I don't know the question you asked and the answer you got, but my question here was specifically for the ADA lawsuit.
I told you specifically what I asked for, all the costs associated with the town's legal expense for this case from the beginning through when I asked it last June, and that went through June 23rd of last year.
All right, hold on.
As I say, the number is what the number is. They don't lie. But as I understand and as I've explained, the majority, not the vast, I know, that's was incurred in the Division of Administrative Hearings hearing case that's been alluded to and talked about extensively here today.
If there's no other direct questions for staff, we're going to close the public comment part of it and bring it back. Now we can have the discussions, John, if you want to have it back and forth with the counselors. Go ahead, John.
As I mentioned before, and I'll expand upon, this is a quasi-judicial matter. What does that mean, and where do we go from here? Now that the hearing has been concluded, it is now with the council to make a decision as to grant or deny the application. And in doing so, as I mentioned, you have to follow three rules that the courts have established for the town council in this type of situation. One, that you provide a due process. We've already discussed that. You have to follow the law. In other words, you must follow the criteria in your code and not go outside those four corners. You have the special exception application, and you have the variance criteria. And you have to make a decision that, based upon competent substantial evidence that you've heard here today, that the applicant has met all of those criteria for the special exception and for the variance. That is what you have before you, and you can begin that deliberation. And ultimately, whether or not you've met those three criteria would be the subject for a court of law to ultimately decide. As was explained before, has happened in the past with other similar type of projects.
Okay, thanks, John.
Can I ask a question? Because maybe I missed something. I thought you said there were three, but I heard due process, follow the law, and what was the third one?
That competent substantial evidence, that there's competent substantial evidence in the record today is to support your decision.
Thank you.
And this is legalese. Okay. Competency of evidence refers to its admissibility under the legal rules of evidence. There's been no objections here. There's been nothing excluded. In fact, I think that you all have gone out of your way to hear everything. Substantial requires that there be some more than mere iota or scintilla, real, material, pertinent, and relevant evidence as distinguished from ethereal, metaphysical, speculative, or merely theoretical evidence or hypothetical possibilities having definitive probative value as to each essential element that you have before you, that criteria. I'm quoting from a case called Scholastic Book, rather than for me to try and explain what the courts have said, but that's what the courts have said constitutes competent substantial evidence. I would make one other comment for the record, is there was an initial court action before the DOA proceeding, because there's some comments about that, and I want to make sure the record is clear, where the question of what process the property owners had to go through in order to be able to obtain an approval from the town to build the Dune walkover boardwalk, that the court determined that it was through the special exception process. This is not something that they're entitled to as of right. They must demonstrate that they've met all the criteria in the code, and that goes to the second criteria of following the law. Observe what the courts say, observing the essential requirements of the law. I'm here to answer any questions as you go through the process.
All right, well, let's start that process. Vice Mayor Adderholt, we'll start with you.
Well, I appreciate you starting with me. I don't have anything to say at this point, and I'm prepared to cast a vote.
Okay, well, let's go through, as John says, a special exception, because I think it's important. We not only have to do a good job, we have to appear to have given every opportunity for the public and people to be aware of what we're doing in a timely fashion. When I look at this, and there's some things here that come out as being not very in black and white. Number 3 is the recommendation of staff and of the local planning agency. Now there we have a disagreement. Staff has been adamant that this does not meet the case for a special exception. And the local planning agency has said it does. Now the staff is our subject matter experts. The local planning agency are civilians. So that's a decision I think for every councilor to make, saying, does, the actual wording I see is recommendation of staff and of the local planning agency. I don't know if that's actually the legal and, meaning it has to be both, or whether it's just a consideration. The other is, whether number 8 is whether the request will be compatible with existing plan uses, not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other deterrent to persons or property. I think putting any potential obstacle, and I'm going back to the Leonardo Arms Pier, creates an obstacle. If the beach erodes and there's material there that could block access, it means that you are denying that right of access to other people down the road. I think that, to me, is a condition that I think, to my view, doesn't satisfy. And of course, I said before, even with with what's going on with the other hearings, I just logically can't see a way where putting a man-made structure in a area that's critical for wildlife does not harm the wildlife. Now, you think about it. The Audubon Society, they're not landowners here. Their only mission of their organization is to protect the birds. If they really felt that this was not a problem for the environment, would they be spending the time and the effort to come here and make their argument for the birds? That's who they're advocating for. So I think based on those three, and we can go through others in detail, I think this fails the test.
Councilor Woodson?
I can just go from my history being on LPA and now on the town council. There have been many exceptions that the staff has not agreed upon, but the LPA did, and it moved forward into council. We've talked so many times about why do we have an LPA if we don't adhere to what they're saying, and I think there's some incredible expertise on our LPA with 4 engineers involved in that. I will stand by what the LPA said, that they have met environmental final order from the DEP, they've met public interest, they've met the special exception, they've met the variance. So I'm ready to move ahead with a decision.
All right, Councilor King?
Yeah, I've got, I guess, something to say, but I'm not sure exactly yet what. This is really not that big of an issue for most people on this island. I understand both sides. It's very intense for them, but the vast majority of people, my constituents now, don't have any idea what this is about, or they're tired of dealing with it. And it's sad from what I've witnessed a little over the last year and almost year and a half. Well, I'll say a year. This seems to have gotten really personal between whoever's for it and whoever's against it, and it's at times gotten to be very vitriolic, and it's a shame because this is a wonderful place to live. I felt nothing but great things and a sense of community for the first time in my life since I've moved here. This has been a very welcoming island for me. I grew up and lived in Des Moines, Iowa all my life, well, except for a couple other places in Iowa. I never had that sense of community, and I grew up in the 60s, and where people still watched out for each other's kids in the neighborhood. But this has just felt like home to me since the minute I've landed here. So I guess I'm ready to put this behind everyone as well.
Okay. Well, I will tell you, I've paid attention to this obviously for a very long time, and looking specifically at what the LPA went through and what was presented to us here today, a lot of words were brought up, near, close, or to the most words I've heard today about the critical wildlife area. When I read it, what's in our packet, the final order says, although the Dune walkover is not within the boundary of the critical wildlife area, Ms. Wraithmel testified that the birds unfortunately don't recognize boundaries, which I think was said here several times. The ALJ concluded that while birds may not recognize boundaries, regulators must. Standards that apply within a designated critical wildlife area do not apply outside of the critical wildlife area, even within feet of the boundary. That is why boundaries, including legal descriptions are set. Since the proposed dune walkover is not within the boundary of the critical wildlife area, the ALJ concluded that the standards applicable within the critical wildlife area cannot be applied. And the reason I say that is, from the beginning, I've said that this is not something I want to see. I've told it to the applicants. I've told it to anybody that has wanted to talk about it. To what you said, Councilor Veach, about have they met the requirements? Although I agree that the ADA argument is not something that warrants a condition to grant the special exception. I think we heard testimony from the neighbors as well as the applicants that, and from those against it, that once that fence was put up, that forced them to then traverse through the vegetation. And in the final order, which I've probably read more times than I care to admit, including twice again this morning, it very clearly states in there the findings of, they do not find that this would be harmful to the vegetation or the area. It's said in there several times. And when it comes to decisions like this that I personally am not in favor of, I have to take my emotions and my personal opinions out of it and rely on the experts who have testified. I followed along greatly through this final order as Brad was speaking. And a lot of the testimony and a lot of the questions he asked were almost word for word exactly what was in the findings before it got to the conclusion. So I don't feel that there was really anything, in my opinion, that was brought forward that was different, that was already litigated before. I'm certainly glad we took the time to allow everyone to speak, to hear everyone out. But I personally do feel that the need for the special exception is there based on no action of the applicant. This is a very, very difficult one for me. We're all very in tune and we're all very much supportive of the environment of this island, but we also have to be very cognizant of property owners' rights, whether you agree with the decision or you don't. With that, we'll bring it back and...
I would just add,
Yes, sir.
just to what you said.
After he makes his...
Yeah, just what you said. I've heard the private property rights argument used, but essentially, at the core, this is someone building a private structure for private use on public property. It is not about private property rights because they're using our land, they're using community land for their own use, and they were offered to be able to make this a public boardwalk, and they refused. So I understand the private property rights issue. I just don't see that's relevant here. I think this is more about, carving out private use on public land.
John, let me ask you on that point, with the submerged land lease that they have with the state, does that then give them the same rights as a private property owner that it would?
They applied for and went through the state required approval process, and they've obtained what the state says they need to have in order to be able to build a boardwalk, dune walkover, whatever you want to call it, across state land.
So essentially, the answer would be yes.
That's it.
Okay.
So I do have one comment and then one observation. The comment is that the recommendation that comes to you, I'm not sure with staff if there's any conditions of approval. And so if you vote to approve the application, do you want to impose those conditions? I've not heard that the applicant is opposing any of them. And then last but not least, an observation is there are a lot of issues around the peripheries of this discussion and this ultimate decision that you all have before you. And there have been some public statements made by the applicant regarding what they may do if they were successful in obtaining an approval. And I would think that it might be in the town council's best interest is to ask them to reaffirm those public comments. We can't condition them, but some of them are regarding the dismissal of pending litigation and threats of litigation, which at least one of those includes the town.
So you're suggesting that we have them come back up and state.
At the end, once you I would suggest that you move forward with the item before you, and then ask them to come forward and say that whatever the outcome is, based upon that outcome, will they reiterate and confirm their prior public statements regarding those other matters?
I will move for approval of Resolution 23-22.
With or without the conditions as recommended?
Maybe for the record, we'll go back and state what those conditions are.
Yeah,
If you don't mind, John.
Trying to see real quick.
And I'd also like consideration of the condition that I proposed that they dismantle this boardwalk if the beach erodes, which they stated they didn't have an objection to.
Are you talking about the ones that the LPA, the stipulations that the LPA put in there, John?
I think that the one that the LPA put in was to supplement the record, which they are asserting that, but I don't know. Hold on, I apologize. The stated conditions of approval are found in Section 4 of the proposed resolution. Approval of this special exception does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development and redevelopment of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code in effect at the time of permit approval, except as specifically modified herein. Engage the neighbors through cross-access easements to provide access to the structure. The applicant shall report to town council what the legal documentation of the access agreement or easement will be. Supplement documentation, which I think we can dispense with condition D, since that's and the condition that Councilmember Veach has proposed, if the Dune if the Dune system moves, the applicant will go through the necessary approval process to move the dune walkover to protect the dune and vegetation. Is that it?
Well, more to keep the, I'm more concerned about the erosion and this structure being out on the beach. So I would phrase it as that with the language about, going through the usual process, saying that they will disassemble parts of the boardwalk that are beyond the dune system, that are seaward of the dune system.
Right. So if the beach changes, that the terminus of the walkover will always be at the toe of the dune, wherever that may be.
I would look at it more one-sided, that if it erodes, it's dismantled instead of a new boardwalk being put on. And I think that's the way I stated it when the applicant was up.
I'll stick by my original motion.
But you didn't
Without conditions.
with or without the conditions.
Were the conditions part of the resolution? I
Yes.
thought that's what I just heard. So that's what I moved to approve the resolution 23-22. Those conditions were in there.
But I believe John mentioned that one of them, D, would be.
D becomes superfluous at this point, because that's the requirement that they supplement the record. That was the LPA's recommendation, but we can leave it in. I don't think it has any negative effect.
Okay, I think we have an understanding. Your motion is, just restate your motion for the record. There's been a lot of talk, but I think we all know what it is.
I move we approve resolution 23-22.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
I would just, again, just because looking at what happened with the pier at Leonardo Arms, was the beach retreated, that thing was sticking out into the beach. It was an eyesore. It was an obstruction. I think, in just to try to avoid repeating that history, that I would ask the motion maker to consider putting that condition in, that that their boardwalk will essentially retreat if the beach erodes.
And Counselor, the reason I didn't want to include that is because I think you're talking about obviously two different structures. From what I heard today, this walkover will be below vegetation, so not only will it won't even be visible from the beach.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No.
Counselor Veach?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allers? Aye. Motion carries 3-2 with Vice Mayor Adderholt and Counselor Veach dissenting. Now I gotta get to the next.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If the applicant, is.
Yes, would the applicant care to come up and state what they have previously said on record? No. Hold on, we're gonna get you a microphone.
Thank you, sir. Councilors, I think a couple of points. Obviously, when we are able to construct the walkover, there won't be a need to pursue the appeal on the ADA. The walkover will have fulfilled the purpose. So that I believe comes without saying. The lawsuit that we have with the state of Florida, excuse me, we had asked for a continuance, and we had discussions with the state, our legal counsel did, and also we have no need to own that land. We haven't had. It serves us no purpose other than we would not have had to have had a lease with the state. We're willing to accept the lease with the state, and we're willing to drop the lawsuit over the ownership, which in turn, and something that Mr. Veach said earlier, you have been advised to move forward permitting the beach renourishment as though it's state land. Yes, that is correct, because the state knows that we were in negotiations trying to settle this with the town. And if we're successful with settling this with the town, the state was already privy to the information that we would no longer pursue the ownership over the lawsuit over the ownership. We're not, what Kurt and I would like everyone here to understand, we're not bad actors. We're not villains. We don't feel that we're the villains in this. We had a goal, and we pursued that goal. And it was brought up by someone, oh, he filed an ADA suit because he couldn't get it any other way. That's not true. I filed an ADA lawsuit because it was the next step that made reasonable sense in order to pursue being able to have the walkover. It's not a vindictive thing. You know, I read and I listen to what everyone's had to say. A lot of people act like it's some vindictive move that Kurt and I have made, trying to move this forward. It has nothing to do with that at all. Nothing. We are not resentful. We're not vindictive. We're simply following a process that was lined out in front of us by our legal counsel that was going to try to get us from A to B. That's all. That's it. When we have that walkover, there will be no lawsuits. There will be no ADA suit. I asked for a continuance until March 31st. It is currently still in mediation. The mediation is open. It was never declared an impasse. That mediation will come to an end, and the process will be over. And the same thing with the lawsuit with the state. We filed a continuance, 180-day continuance, to try to get this resolved with the town so that we wouldn't have to move forward with that lawsuit. We're not, we don't like running down the road throwing our money in the gutter. And that's basically what's been going on. But we weren't willing to let it go. I want to thank you again. You've heard me say this. I want to thank you again today for being professional, looking at this objectively, looking at the information, how it has affected our neighborhood, Kurt and myself, and our neighborhood, the advantages. I do understand that there are some disadvantages, but there are a lot of advantages, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And that was proven in the administrative law judge hearing, where the town and the Audubon jointly filed 3 separate lawsuits to stop this, and they lost all 3 of them. There's a reason they lost them.
Ed,
but yet they keep fighting.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you address one of those that's still hanging out there, a potential Bert Harris lawsuit?
There again, once the walkover is completed, it restores our access, and therefore there is no Bert Harris. The Bert Harris is to restore property value that's lost by a municipality enforcing an ordinance. And today you've made that decision. You've made the decision to allow us to have the special exception. And so when the window comes up to continue the Bert Harris, there won't be a Bert Harris, because we'll already have the walkover, and our property will be restored with the access on the walkover.
All right. John, is that sufficed?
I think it's as good as anyone's going to get out of Mr. Root at this point in time.
That it?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Root.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Next, we have the administrative agenda. There's nothing on it, so we will move right into final public comment. Anyone choose to speak under the final public comment? Seeing none, we'll close final public comment. Town manager items.
Yeah, thanks. A couple real quick points. I wanted to let you know that we had an interim. Steve Poposky was our interim community development director, and he has been offered and accepted that position full time now. So we now have full-time community development director, and we'll move on to filling other staff positions. The FEMA emergency berm project has been delayed. We don't have the obligated funding yet from FEMA, and while it was supposed to mobilize this week, it's been postponed probably until early May. Leadership Lee is meeting Town Hall on Friday, their class of 15 to 20.
Just a
folks.
second before you move on from the emergency berms. This is going to be going on during turtle nesting season, which starts.
That's another dynamic here. Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know what the outcome of that will be. We'll have to wait and see at that point, or maybe Chad knows, but that's just a dynamic we didn't want to have to deal with, but that we will now.
And so, and this involves truck deliveries of sand, right?
Correct. That's correct. This is truck sand.
So it's fairly invasive to the beach.
Yes.
All right. Thanks.
Yes. Speaking of fish, we removed 10 tons of fish from last week through yesterday. Expect another 3 tons today to be removed. So that's 13 tons of dead fish, and the stormwater system cleaning out has begun also this week. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask this under my items, but I think it's a general question that everyone will have an interest in. And I'd be interested in Sarah and our town attorney's thoughts as well. I don't want to put you on the spot, Keith, but I had a constituent just very recently write, I'm writing to inform you that the revised ordinances for setbacks are not being considered by staff reviewers. We are told they will not consider the new ordinance until it is posted on the town's website. This has created a 2-week delay in new construction so far. can you check on when that will be posted? I guess the town clerk would be also in the loop on that. I'm sorry?
Today.
So it will be posted today?
Yes, sir.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that it will immediately come into effect then?
Yes, sir.
That was their question. Thank you. And Keith, if you could, the 13 tons of dead fish, procedurally, what are those fish at least for a period of time stored behind the temporary town hall before they're shipped off island, or what's happening to those fish?
There have been some stored behind town hall. There were a few other locations where they were stored around, but I guess closest logistically, trying to keep them away from neighborhoods though, and in areas where there aren't as many noses. But yeah, they are being hauled off now, and I presume they're being taken to the landfill. I'm not sure.
I've heard from some folks on Tropical Shores Way who have to go past the dumpsters that it's a challenging.
That is one of the spots, yes,
Yep,
and it was challenging.
Thank you.
I was going to say, Vice Mayor, somebody's breathing anywhere on the island can be challenging.
Yeah. Town attorney items.
No. No.
You're good. Okay. Council items and reports. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
It's of particular importance. As everybody knows, this ad hoc committee that I've been participating on with a number of parents, as well as the head of the chamber here in Fort Myers Beach and the principal and one of the teachers. We've partnered with the Lee County School District, particularly their senior team, and we're trying to now, based upon the school district, school board feedback, we're trying to now put together some language that encapsulates the school district's concerns as well as interests, and obviously as they dovetail with the towns and the parents' interests. And we're putting together an interlocal agreement. So I would just ask my colleagues to give the town attorney and the town manager authority in consultation with the ad hoc committee to go forth with those negotiations and bring back a product that hopefully we could bring before the town council on March 20th at our next meeting. That would correspond nicely with the Lee County School Board's next meeting, which would be the 28th of March. The hope then would be to codify formally the agreement between the school district and the town on the 28th with the Lee County School Board's approval, hopefully on the 28th, and we could then therefore proceed with a long-term plan to not only save the school but create a dynamic where the school could thrive. The interlocal agreement will include a lot of things we've talked about in the past, about proximity zones, magnet schools, things the school district needs to do to enhance enrollment numbers, but it would also include things the town needs to do by making sure Bay Oaks is available for after-school programs, remediating the soil around the school, potentially allowing the school to use some land of the towns for temporary facilities, possibly the library. I know we don't have jurisdiction over the library, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody was comfortable empowering the town manager and the town attorney to go forth in those conversations and again, in concert with the ad hoc committee. But I would just tell the town attorney, because I know the town has a lot on its plates, that this would be a very time-sensitive issue, Mr. Town Attorney, and we're not really in. This is not a negotiation or dispute with the Lee County School District. This is a collaboration, and so we want to expedite this as best as possible in a way that everybody's interest can be preserved. And I just wanted to make sure my colleagues were comfortable with that step, and then you'll obviously have a chance to see the final product on the 20th, and we'll obviously hopefully have time to publicly notice that before the meeting, and then we could proceed accordingly.
I will say I'm in favor of that. However, I will, in having conversations with the town manager when it's concerned with Bay Oaks, I've been following along. I think you and the ad hoc committee have been doing an excellent job in negotiating in good faith with the school board. We have a meeting with the superintendent next week, the town manager and I. The Bay Oaks part of it is the only part that I'm a little concerned with as you do your negotiations. money that has been allocated by the state for the repair of that building. I want to make sure before we negotiate what we're going to do with that, what that means to us. I understand that we would still, we'd still get it. It would just be a different avenue of how we'd get that money. It would require the town to put up the upfront cost to get the project started in order to get reimbursed from FEMA. And I think we can all agree that sometimes you just don't know what FEMA is going to do. So when we will get that estimated $500,000 to start the project back is a very large number for the town at the time where money is very tight. So I think the town manager understands what I'm saying. He and I have had conversations about this, but I just want my fellow councilors to know I'm fully supportive of the negotiations that you were doing. I just draw a little pause with that part of it, with the uncertainty of knowing, is the state going to continue to pay for it with no money out of pocket from the town, or are we going to have to outlay that $500,000 or so to get reimbursed? You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I just want to remind particularly the new council members who may not be aware of this, but prior to Hurricane Ian, the town council, the incumbents may recall, we went through a very long process of negotiating, I believe, 2 interlocal agreements with the school board about what would happen at Bay Oaks if Hurricane Ian had never taken place. Obviously, I'm making an educated guess that the ILA that the vice mayor is talking about is what happens and how do we put back Bay Oaks and the school, but we will have to deal with and figure out how those existing ILAs may be affected or interact with the new one.
It's absolutely the case, Mr. Town Attorney, and that could it could be a challenge, but it also could help us ease the transition as well, because much of that language may have already been negotiated and codified
Maybe
already.
so.
So, yeah. But time is of the essence. But I certainly respect the mayor's point, and we can certainly build those concerns into the interlocal agreement discussions.
And I would just also suggest, Jim, because I know you guys are going pretty far down the road, that would it be possible for us to get a more of a detailed presentation on what this looks like? I know you did a good job of summary. Maybe at our Thursday meeting, just so we're more in the same loop, as opposed to having you go down to the 11th hour and then give us something that maybe there's some creative suggestions or some other opinions on.
Be happy to do that. We're sort of waiting for the school district to kind of lay out their concerns. If they could do that before Thursday, we'd be happy to bring that Thursday. You were at the most recent school district meeting. Much of the town's position was, or certainly the parents / town's position was presented there. We heard the feedback from the school district. Until we see something definitive from the school district, I'm not sure we're going to have a lot more granularity in terms of detail, but I'll certainly be happy to do that if we have something before Thursday, because I'm sure that would be helpful to us all. But we've not seen anything on paper from the school district. Hoping John gets that quickly, because time is really of the essence, because the goal is to get this thing codified by the 28th of March. The importance of the speed is we'd like to allow the school district then to take their steps that they need to do to get the historic building in place, and utilize the library or portables, so the kids can get back to school this fall. So that's why the speed is so critical. So once we get this codified, and they can start to do some things on the historical building right now, but most of it's going to require this interlocal agreement to really get going, so those kids can be back on Fort Myers Beach in school in the fall. But happy to do that, Councilor Veach, in terms of whatever we might have available.
And I think, another kind of advantage, I think we're all, I assume we're all kind of on the same page, that if we have a discussion in an open forum on town council, it'll add more authoritas to the effort.
All good. Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with anything you said. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Mr. Veach?
Nothing. Thank you for expediency.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good, thanks.
Councilor King?
Just quickly, I represent the town on the Metropolitan Planning Organization, the Executive Committee, as well as the normal sessions. But we are still in need of a citizen participation, somebody to serve on that advisory committee. I believe, I don't know exactly if they meet monthly, maybe every other month, but I do know that would be in Fort Myers. So if there's anyone interested, please contact the town. That's it.
You know, John, just along those same lines, because I know we've talked about trying to get a trolley lane as a way to help with traffic. Was one suggestion that came up on social media that I saw that had some merit is to build lockers, public lockers, because if people come by mass transit and they bring all their beach toys, it kind of inhibits them from going out to a restaurant or a bar hauling all this equipment. So I think, you know, it's just an interesting idea that came out of the public that I thought had a lot of merit in a plan with the you know, future transportation onto the island.
You all done? All right. I have one thing that I need to bring up. The Commissioner Wayne has sought approval and received approval from the County Commission to start the Lee County Recovery Task Force Committee. It essentially has all of the mayors, Matt Caldwell. I showed you this, the brochure that we got at Friday's meeting. In the discussions with the town attorney and with other municipalities, I'm drawing a little pause with me personally being involved in this task force. I think having a seat at the table is very important. However, again, speaking with our town attorney, I have concerns about now we fall under sunshine. So I could not communicate then with Mayor Holly Smith. I could not communicate with any of the other people on the task force about grants for our area. I think it would limit my ability to be able to speak freely with other municipalities and the county and Kevin Wayne directly about things that would be beneficial for the town to go after or things that maybe we haven't thought of. We couldn't work, in my opinion, collaboratively with me on this task force. But that being said, I think, as I said before, having a seat at the table I think is very important. It can be the requirements of the task force is that it has to be an elected official. So I guess I'm seeking one of my fellow members if they would like to take my spot on this task force. I can provide you with all the information. They are also looking for an alternative should the person that wants to step up to be on this task force. They can't make it, they could fill in. There's a other list of requirements in there that they have as far as hosting a meeting. There's branches on this task force that involved community input that people can be appointed to. And essentially what it's going to do, they did a similar thing in Bay County after Hurricane Michael, and it allowed them to get a plan for the county to build back. And we all know that I'm very much behind that, but I don't want to limit my capacity to be able to speak freely outside of the sunshine with other municipal leaders that are in this task force. So I guess I'm looking to see if one of my fellow councilors would like to step up and take my position and if there would be someone interested in being an alternative.
I'd step up, Mayor, because I'm already on the Resiliency Compact.
Perfect.
So I've already limited the people I can talk to by being on that compact. So if you're on enough committees, you can't talk to anybody.
But I think this is a very important thing. It's going to allow Lee County to get and its and the cities outside of unincorporated Lee County a big voice. So I think it's very important. But so I appreciate you stepping up for that, Councilor Veach. Is there anyone that would like to be the alternative? Should he not be able to attend the meetings?
I can be the alternative.
Perfect. With that, I'll entertain a motion for adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 2:42.